on that note, we're ready to go. We're ready for the first run of the day, and most likely the coziest run of the day. Big fluff, big love, sabledragonrook, the last guardian, true ending. Right, let's take it away.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I clicked on the wrong thing. I'm sorry. I was a hot second behind. Good morning, everybody. How are you doing today? We've got Mort in the top left-hand corner. He's hiding behind a sunflower right now. I'm sure he'll be around, maybe. He's a lizard, for those who are unfamiliar. So he'll be hanging out for all of our Last Guardian True Ending run. I will explain it once we get started. We got a long way to go, so I'm not going to hold us up here. The time is going to start as soon as I hit yes to start the game again from the beginning, so I'll give you a countdown. We are going to start in 3, 2, 1, go. I almost skipped this cutscene, which is... that's the whole point. The whole point is that we watch the cutscenes, and we do everything in the game that we're meant to do by the developers. We don't skip anything, and that includes getting the, in quotes, true ending, or the secret ending after the credits, when we get to the end of the game. So hopefully this should take about 4 hours. If I play my cards right, and Trico, you know, doesn't stare at walls. But compared to any percent, you know, any percent, you're usually running like a 325, so we have quite a lot more to see and do here. But thanks for the good looks. How are y'all doing today in chat? Hope you're doing good. For those who have never seen this game before, this is by the same people who made Shadow of the Colossus and Eco. Same universe, same developer. How they're connected is maybe tenuous at best, but... So we're kind of going through animals. We're starting down low with, you know, bugs and small things, and we're going up and up and up kind of in the hierarchy of animals until we're getting into mythical creatures. We had a unicorn, we've got a griffin, got some dragons here. A phoenix. And at the very end, here we go. We've got Mr. Trico himself. So he's considered kind of alongside a mythical creature, you know? So here's us. We are this little boy just vibing on the floor. We have no idea what's happened to us. We're unconscious, and that is going to be definitely not the first time that happens. This poor boy is... he's going to be in for lots of concussions. So we've woken up, we're in this cave, we've got a bunch of tattoos on our body that we don't know how they got there, definitely didn't have those a minute ago. But more importantly, you know, big chicken dog creature. So I'm noticing these tattoos for the first time, wondering how they got there, wondering how I got here, why is there this big feathery creature? Hello, we're here. We're here with Trico. This is normally where any percent would begin. We would have skipped that initial little bit there. It's gonna be loud, so I'm gonna wait for a second. Bang, okay. So Trico had a spear in his thigh that was causing him a lot of pain. If we would have been playing this for the first time, right, we would have realized that he was uncomfortable and we were gonna try to help him. Of course, it was causing him a lot of pain, so he wasn't very happy when we just yanked it out. So who knows how long we've been unconscious for? It's nighttime now. Probably of the same day. And now we really kind of get to, whoopsie, get into the run proper. I say as I just fail this very beginning trick. So Trico's really upset, right? And he's a big floofmeister. He's a big creature. Obviously that's scary for a little boy. We want him to be our friend, and he's kind of not super our friend right now. But he could do with some convincing. So we've got these barrels, which have, you know, Baja Blast in them. He's a big Gatorade fan. We feed him enough barrels, and he's going to be like, hey, you're not so bad. And there are tricks to helping Trico to eat these a little bit faster. Which I am doing. A little bit of camera manipulation. Hi, buddy. Here you go. So Trico is a very smart AI. It probably won't seem like it. Because he's, you know, a troll. But in reality, his AI is extraordinarily smart. Very adaptable. Sure, just glitch toward the floor, that's fine. That's fine. So he's got this other spear in his shoulder, which we're gonna take out, and he's gonna be equally upset about. So once again, you know, unconscious. I also, you may have noticed, took a little... I flipped the lever to take the chain off of his neck. You're supposed to do that after this cutscene, but we do it before because then we don't have to watch all the animation about Trico, you know, realizing that his chain has been taken off. So he's free now. But he's got a bunch of armor. He's got a helmet, he's got some, like, body armor on his back, and it's going to take him a minute to get that off. He's going to shake it off and scratch it off, and then he'll be fully free. As for why he's down here, why he's wearing that stuff, we'll get to that later, because we do get to watch the cutscenes in this run, which is very exciting. Also, thanks to some generous donations before the run started, we have one pet that we have ready and raring to go. So once Trico decides that he's got this armor off, there goes his helmet. Hi, buddy. Shake it off, my dude.
Well, do we have time for one quick donation?
You bet.
We have a $20 donation from Cheville saying, Trico, look, a wall! That's another pet added onto the total there.
Perfect. Thank you, Cheville. Appreciate you. So this is a very special pet. This is the only time in the game that the boy will say, so that's what you look like, pleased to meet you, Trico. When we pet him right on the snoot. It has to happen in this room, and it has to happen basically in that location. So there was one of our pets. Cheville just giving us another one here. We will pet Trico again in just a minute. I'm gonna stand in this corner and fail to do this glitch. And that's okay. Trico's already here. In an any percent, Trico wouldn't be following us this closely. Because he would still be back, you know, shaking his armor off. It's just that we waited for that so that we could pet him. Which means that we would be trying to kind of launch ourselves up into the air off of that brick, like I was doing, to just grab this ledge and continue on without Trico. There's going to be a lot of times that we leave Trico behind because he's slow. He takes in the scenery. So Trico's out, you know, waiting in that room, just chilling. And we're wandering around into this freezing cold room with a sarcophagus that's got a mirror on top of it. This mirror is an important tool. Like that Mickey meme. This is an important tool that we'll use later. But that's kind of a lie. We actually spend most of the game without it, which is really nice, and I'll explain why later. So we got this cool mirror, and it shines lights around. That's fun. But it's interesting to note that that room that we were just in was cold. If I would have stopped and stared at the boy, he would have, like, you know, huddled down and started shivering, and you could see his breath. We're going to be higher up in that same structure later, and we'll see once again that it's cold. And we'll kind of get an idea why that might be. You've never seen Trico scratching his armor away? Yeah, we basically never look at him during that time. So he feels some kind of way about this mirror. Whether he's happy or upset, you know, who knows? Okay, a lot of stuff just happened. I shined the mirror into a corner, which made Trico shoot lightning out of his tail. So we have a chicken dog with lasers in his butt, which is great. That makes puzzles a lot easier when you can just destroy them. Oh, this debris. What is this? So anywhere that I shine the light of this mirror, Trico's going to lift up his tail and he's going to shoot a lightning bolt. I chose to shoot it into that corner because for some reason, if we shoot it specifically into that corner and then reset the checkpoint, it just moves us forward, which is cool. And we're going to be doing that a lot. Those checkpoint resets, there's no like on-screen indication that we've gotten a checkpoint. It's just all memorization. Like here, for example, this is a checkpoint. But we do this a lot because Trico is very slow when he walks. He's behind me now. So all I did was reset the checkpoint to basically teleport Trico to my location. Instead of waiting for him to like follow me and walk all that distance. Let's do some zappies, buddy. And Shavil, I promise I have not forgotten about your pet. Can't let Trico get too spoiled. Gotta space him out a little bit. I'll pet him once we're out in the sunshine. So he's afraid of the water, which is why he's not down here with me. And in order to tempt him into the water, I need to give him a snack. Because he's just a big old puppy. He wants his treat. Here you go. Now it takes forever for him to be able to actually like grab that treat in the water. Like having his head mapped to it and everything takes a long time. But the checkpoint is down here in the water. So once again, if we just reset the checkpoint, Trico will move on and we don't need to wait for that. I barely got clear before he started shaking the water away. Thank goodness. Alright, so we're out of the cave that we were stuck in at the beginning of the game. The boy doesn't know why he's here. Who knows? we're gonna try to leave Trico behind because, you know, we want to get out of here and we're like, all right, you know, thanks for being my friend, but I gotta go now. Bye. Looks like you're stuck. Because, you know, we're heartless like that. But we're gonna have this whole cutscene that plays. This one's not skippable, unlike quite a few of them that we will be watching later. So in the meantime, while we're waiting for this, could we, like, maybe hear some general information about, you know, the cause we're supporting, etc.?
The cause that we're supporting? Yes, I can indeed provide some amazing words about those. So we are raising money this week as part of Collectathon 2024 for Girls Make Games, and they believe in providing every girl and woman with the opportunity to discover their potential and talents through gaming and game development. With your donations, you're able to contribute directly to the Girls Make Games Scholarship Funds that provides girls and women with the resources and opportunities to pursue careers in gaming through GMG's many programs, such as their 2024 college scholarships, summer camp scholarships, and the new mentorship and internship programs launching later this year.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. So we've already got a couple Trico pets going for that wonderful cause. Speaking of, hey buddy, excuse me, get your butt out the way. Here, let's do this. So for those who didn't know, Chico's got this bloody spot because of that spear that was in his leg. If we pet it, here you go. We can clean him up, we can rub that blood away. So keep those donations coming and we'll have a clean Trico by the end of the run. That might be a lie. He gets hurt a lot, I'm sorry. But thank you, Shabil, for that donation. Oh, excuse me, computer, your device needs to restart? I think not. Can you not? It's always the way it goes, isn't it? So during that cutscene, Trico was looking up at this big white tower. And he was, you know, having a shout about it because he's a big chicken dog. He's going to shout about things. And the boy, having showed up in this valley, being like, what am I doing here? Is like, oh, Trico, you're interested in that thing? Okay. Like, we don't know any better way of maybe getting out of this place. So sure, if Trico wants to go to the White Tower it is. And that's kind of our goal for the rest of the game. We're trying to get to that White Tower. Specifically, we're trying to get to the top of that White Tower. Where is my chicken dog? Excuse me. Excuse me. I have lost my 16-foot tall chicken. Thank you. Now, I don't want him to follow me that closely, but I do need him to follow me a little bit. So yeah, the rest of our efforts in this game are going to be dedicated toward getting closer to that White Tower and getting further up. Because we're in a valley. It's kind of a weird, like, cylinder-shaped valley. So if we want any chance of getting out, we have to go up to try to get over, like, the lip of the valley in order to get out. And the White Tower seems like the perfect place to do that. Hey, buddy. Man, what were you doing? You just taking a vacation? He was so far behind. Which is great. I would prefer that he be too far behind than too far ahead. Because he needed to jump up into this hole, right? And if he's too far ahead, he has to, like, spin around and get back on that pillar and then spin around again and do the little cat butt wiggle so that he can line up his jump. But if he's far enough behind, then he can just walk in a straight line and make the jump. And it's much, much nicer that way. Morty has departed, meanwhile. I will locate him. Not me just doing a speed run and also doing Mort Cam at the same time. Where'd you go, dude? The lizard has vanished. Oh, I think I see him. But first, Trico takes forever to get up into this little hole, so we're just gonna reset and voila, he'll be right up behind us. Thank you, Trico. Yeah, it's the Mort, allegedly. He's not on cam at the moment. So it is Friday, currently. For me, it's Friday at 11:30 in the morning. And I have an entire weekend of sorting magic cards ahead of me. Does anybody else have anything more fun? The thought of finishing this run in like 4 hours and then just sitting down and spending the next 48 hours, you know, just sorting magic cards onto a kitchen table. I'm tired already. But it'll be worth it. It'll be worth it, because then we can sell cards. We can get cool stuff. Trico, honey, why'd you turn around, my dude? A little bit of suboptimal AI there. We want him to continue facing forward so that he doesn't have to turn around again in order to follow us. This job hunting count is fun. Depends on how desperately you need a job. Because sometimes job hunting when you already like have a job is kind of relaxing, right? But when you're like, oh no, I need a job like right now, then it's stressful. So I can't tell Trico what to do. He's, you know, his own independent Trico. Don't need no owner. But by walking around very strategically on his head, as I just did, I could encourage him to look up and therefore cue him up for the next jump. Because he tends to want to look at me, right? So if I can be on the front of his head, he'll look up at me. And then he'll be like, oh yeah, by the way, I guess I was supposed to look up, wasn't I? And that'll help him do that jump a little bit faster. There's a cutscene trigger here that we hope that he walks around. We'll see. Trico will be Trico. Hi, Trix. Good job, dude. He did skip the cutscene trigger. Come on. We got places to be. Yeah, so Mort went into the back there. He's the little stripey thing. The yellow and black stripey thing. I'll get his attention in a little while. If he doesn't decide to show his little lizard face. Excuse me, can I not just teleport? Oof. So this is a great time to mention two important things about the controls. Number one, everything is the circle button, which is a nightmare. And it's why runners... Whoa, that was also very close. Why runners don't really want to have this mirror that's on my back right now. Because using the mirror is the circle button. But so is picking up helmets, petting Trico, grabbing barrels, dragging things, holding levers. Like, all of it is the circle button. So you'll notice the further we get in the run, it's pretty common for me to want to do something and just I run up and grab Trico's foot or something because everything is circle. Number 2, if you've ever played Shadow of the Colossus, you might remember that you had to contend with like a stamina bar, right? So you're holding onto the Colossus, your stamina's going down a little bit until it runs out. That is not the case in this game. We have no stamina bar and we have no grab button, which means that I just have to trust the boy to grab things that he can grab, whether that's ledges, Trico, whatever. And sometimes he won't. Sometimes he'll just be a little cabbage and decide that he's not going to do that and will die, or, you know, something will go suboptimally. There's not really much that we can do to control that. It just kind of is the way it is. If you do the action you meant to, it just came full circle. I will ban you, Shavil. So we're standing really specifically right here. Yoink! Because we don't want Trico to have to move in order to munch me. That just goes to show that I was a snack. So hey, we get to watch these cutscenes for once. We skip these in any percent. First munch of the day. And because we're doing true ending, you all get treated to more munches than you would normally see in any percent. It's better than more bang for your buck. It's more munches for your money? Now, I could do something like super swagalicious right here, but I won't because I'm almost guaranteed to fail. There's a much faster way to do this section, but it's so hard. And once you start doing it that way, it's hard to like go back and do it the other way. So no, we're not gonna do it. But surprise, the mirror's gone. Thank goodness. We don't need to worry about that for the next 3 hours. Where did it go? It's not important right now. But somehow I'm okay. Trico ate me, and then I ended up back not inside Trico's belly, and everything is fine. So if we were doing this the super cool, like, basically TAS only way, we would go down this tunnel to essentially right here, which would trigger this cutscene. Please. Thank you. And then we would reset, and this would pop me back out at the beginning of the tunnel, but with the knowledge of these things, which are, the boy just calls them armors. And even in like the fake language of Last Guardian, they're called yoroi, which is the Japanese word for armor. And so we would be back outside, we would climb up Trico's tail, and then we would just jump off the side of the bridge and try to use some like textures off in the distance that like aren't supposed to be there to cheese our way over to the lever, and then be able to hit the lever that we're going to hit here in a second without having to go through this tunnel. Which is cool and all, but it's really hard. Which is why we've never had a runner do it in anything other than either the TAS, obviously, or the individual level for this that's like 10 minutes long. Poor Trico. He's over there not feeling very good. Whatever that antenna did, it made him feel very sick. It also made him very grumpy and not our friend anymore. Weird. Hello. Alright, Treeks. Be good to me, buddy. So our first encounter with armors. I can't do anything about these. The boy is basically powerless. Nice. Oh, when we go backwards. Cool. Cool, cool. Okay. Well, we're getting out of hand a little bit quickly here. So I have to rely on Trico to defeat these armors. He's not doing a very good job. Meanwhile, I'm trying to set up for something called helmet skip. Whether or not that works is entirely dependent on Trico and how many of these armor's helmets he leaves me. He's doing great. Okay, that just... Yeah, no, he ruined it at the last moment. We wanted him to have only one helmet, it being this one that I have in my hands. But of course, the final one that he destroyed dropped a helmet right at his feet. Because it's not really so much the armors that he hates, it's their hats. So, by putting a helmet in this room, I can lure him in here. And you're supposed to learn in this section that Trico's really upset when he fights, and you need to calm him down by petting him. However, that takes time. And I don't think we have any more pets from donations, so no petting Trico. So instead we do helmet skip, which skips the necessity of petting Trico by just forcing him into a position where we can progress without him. But don't forget, of course, that every $20 I will give Trico the good pets. Even if that's not what we would do in a run. There are multiple instances when you're supposed to pet him, and I don't, but I will if we get those donations. Hey, buddy. Hey, did you forget that we were on an adventure together? We got places to be, my dude. So he's feeling better, which is why we did the checkpoint reset, you know. Checkpoint reset is basically a clean slate for Trico's AI, and we will use that to our advantage. He breaks everything. If it can be broken, he will break it with his big, clumsy paws. Oh man, what is your AI doing, my dude? Yikes. So this is a scripted event, but it's happening in the in-game engine, right? So Trico knows he's supposed to like go down there, come back, turn around, go around this pillar, look up at the sky, and scream. That's what he has to do. But the game will figure out independently every single time how it's best for him to do that, which means that sometimes he'll do it really well. Sometimes, like this time, he'll do it phenomenally poorly, and there's nothing we can do about it. That's okay, though. Right, buddy? Sorry, I am not trying to stare directly into his butt. It's just... that's kind of what happens. So he was looking at the White Tower again. Basically, oh, Treeks, you're taking the wrong pillar, my dude. What is this, my guy? Oh, this is gross. Okay, well, there were a lot of things that were supposed to happen there that didn't. And again, not anything that I could control, because Trico had a choice between two pillars in order to get over that wall. He chose one that was too far away for me to do what we call vine skip. That's fine. I don't really like vine skip anyway, but... what would have happened is we would have just skipped this whole little getting on Trico's back to get up here. We would have just hopped from the pillar over to this roof. The negative, of course, would have been that once we came down here, this jug that we're supposed to close would have been right next to me instead of here where it's supposed to be. And it would have been a lot harder to close, so there's kind of a give and take with doing that trick. As for why we have to do it, it's because that jug smells like Baja Blast. And Trico adores that stuff. So he will not move. He will keep his head stuck in there until we can close it. Hurry-ker, let's go. There we go. Oh yeah, the infinite disappointment of not being able to do probably my least favorite skip in the game. I'm so sad. Might as well just restart. I don't like that skip because you go in there and you get to the jug, and it's great for time save. But usually what happens is you get to the jug, and then because the game like doesn't think that you're supposed to be able to do it from there, because like how would you have gotten onto the roof? It doesn't want to let you close the pot, so usually you go through all this effort to set up vine skip, and then you conk your head against the pot and fall onto the ground, and then just do it as intended anyway. And it's like, okay, well, why did I even try this if it wasn't gonna work, and I was just gonna have to do it intended anyway? Because like the game doesn't, for lack of a better way of saying it, unlock the ability to close the lid if the pot is in that position. So you literally just have to brute force it with the game's in-game physics engine. And most of the time it doesn't work, but when it does, it's really nice. Also, while Trico's taking a bath over here, even though he didn't like water before, wishy-washy little baby, do we have any incentives or anything for upcoming games as well, besides just Pet Trico?
Well, we do indeed have a bid war going on for the mask selection at the end of Sable, which is happening later on today. So near the end of the run, Ripped will end up choosing a mask to end up going through endgame with, and we have a war going on between 5 different selections. Your choices are Sandworm, Ibexi, Hercules Beetle, Entertainer, and the Cartographer. Also right now, it's a showdown between Sandworm and Ibexi, but your donations, both to that and the pet in the Trico, can end up making a huge difference to what would happen when that run airs later on tonight. Remember, your donations can go towards a poll and a target at the same time. So remember that when you type !donate in the chat, and go ahead and put those details in.
Thank you very much. So yeah, we can, whoa. Trico's gonna leave me behind. We can pet Trico, we can choose masks for Sable, which by the way, that is such a charming little game if you've never heard of it or tried it. Very, very open world exploratory kind of deal. Plus, I mean, there's like a lizard mask in it, and really that's all you need to know. That's all I needed to know, at least. I wanted the lizard mask. But for real, it's like, it's very fun and very chill. I realize now that I didn't say anything about this eyeball the first time that we encountered one. Trico hates those. We're not really sure why, you know, because it's not like there's any lore or anything besides just the gameplay. So best people assume it's just, you know, whoever used to populate this now abandoned place would either train the Tricos using those eyeballs and, you know, like be mean to them in order to create this negative association with the eyeballs, so that then they could hang eyeballs and keep Tricos out of certain places. They're just like a training tool, right? But whatever they did made Tricos very scared of those eyeballs made of glass. So anytime that Trico sees one, he's gonna get really, really upset, and he's gonna refuse to move until I deal with it. You can deal with it in a variety of ways. You can break them, you can, you know, hide them by shoving them off a cliff or something. Just anything to get rid of it so that Trico doesn't have to worry about it anymore. Trico is a big, strong man, So he will take care of this fight by himself. He didn't really set me up for a super good blue room skip there, but you know, we went on without him and that was really all that mattered, so even though it was less than ideal, it's fine. Running the last guardian is all about just working with the less than ideal because you just can't control Trico, you know? He just is what he is. Got some spears here, which are indicators that there's going to be armors. Trico was really far behind me, which is why, again, checkpoint reset. It'll pop him right up next to me. So he's off to my right. What we didn't get to see is that had we just let him follow me like normal, he would have stepped on a pressure plate that knocked a door down and trapped his tail underneath the door. So he's kind of stuck until I can get him out, which is what I'm doing now. Whether he realizes he's free or not comes down to his AI. Hi, buddy. Here. There you go. His tail is free. Please do the fight now. Buddy. Trico. Trico, the fight. The armors. Help. There we go. He's only got like 2 brain cells. It took a second for them to unite for common cause. So it's really, really important that he finishes this phase of the fight before he moves down the hallway, which is to my right. If he doesn't, his whole AI, like the whole string of information that is feeding his AI is just gonna shatter. And he's gonna get real confused real fast. Good hit, buddy. One more, you got this. Good. Now he can come down the hallway. If he had proceeded down this hallway without finishing that fight, he would have stepped over one trigger before the previous trigger was resolved, which would have caused him to agonizingly slowly walk down this hallway, do nothing when he reached the end, turn around, and then agonizingly slowly walk the other way. Instead, because he's doing this right, he'll just come and run. Whack. Oh, you didn't get him, dude. Gave him a little tippy tap. Good job. Alright. If he had killed that guy in one hit, we could checkpoint reset there, but it was a little bit sloppy, so we're just gonna proceed. So this is called command skip. It's one of the more challenging skips in the game. We are, technically, like, allowed to do this. But, hey Treeks, come on buddy. But I'm not going to. So there's 2 ways to do this room. The way that I'm doing it for the purposes of true ending, right? Come on Treeks! Oh, he didn't even break it. Hey buddy. Do it. There you go. So yeah, he can break this barrel, or this crate of barrels. I can give him these snacks because we love him. Until the narrator eventually said, "Whoa, that was so fast, dude! What was your deal? That was like task-worthy. He just evaporated that from my hand. If only we had a task for all barrels." Eventually the narrator is gonna be like, "It seems like Trico's finally enough of my friend that he'll like listen to what I say." But in any percent, we wouldn't do that because, as you can see, this takes, you know, a while. So we would just get Trico over by that pillar, and then we would give him a good rub on the head. And that would make him sit down. In the process of sitting down, he would lift his head up, and we would just get over onto these stairs without having to do any of the stuff that I'm doing right now. Wonderful that the very first commands that I'm giving him, he's just like, nah, I'm not feeling this. Come on, Trico. What you doing, my dude? Get over there. There you go. Excuse me, what are you looking at? Hold it, mister. Over here. So as you can see, giving commands to Trico is less giving commands and more giving impassioned suggestions. He'll do it or not if he feels like it. Exactly, he'll listen to what I say. Citation needed. The Trico does get better at listening, but a lot of it comes down, like, that's basically what differentiates the different, you know, places on the leaderboard. How well you can control Trico. Some of it has to do with his AI, and just, you know, sometimes he's in a bad mood, and we don't know why, and he just doesn't listen. And sometimes it has to do with the runner. Giving clear instructions, not confusing Trico, understanding his body language to know when he's ready for a command or when he's confused. All that kind of stuff is what makes this run what it is. Is there a TAS of this game? So I say TAS, I'm the one who made it. And I update it every year. I think the first year was 2019? 2019 or 2020 was the first year. It's just a segmented run, but it's like an extremely nuanced segmented run. So it's a bunch of segments, you know, clipped together and as seamlessly as possible to create the full ideal run, right? Because you're right, there are no task tools. But, you know, in a marathon, if I were running any percent... Excuse me, what are you doing, boy? If I were running any percent, I would expect somewhere around a 3:25 as my time. And the task is about an hour faster than that, so it's quite a large difference. These helmets in the ground, or armors I should say, work basically as you would expect. If they see me in this light, then they'll wake up. So I just needed to open the door enough that Trico would come through and help me. Mech! Thank you. Beautiful. Soon as that armor's dead, the checkpoint triggers, so we don't need to wait for the music to stop like you might in some other fights. And anytime you see these blue doors, like this one down to the left here, you can know that there's armors nearby, because that's their goal. They want to take the boy and bring him through a blue door. As for why, that is the question, isn't it? But that's bad. We don't want that to happen. I will die if that happens. So let's not do that. But yeah, you've reminded me that I haven't gathered any clips this year for the updated Last Guardian task. But there's some wild stuff that happens in that. Like, this game is really prohibitive as far as, like, it doesn't let you skip things. Because it's really tied to checkpoints. So, like, if you manage to get past a checkpoint, like where the trigger is, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter probably if you got past the checkpoint and then ran all the way to the end of the game. If that checkpoint didn't trigger and you die, that's where you're going back to. So it's really, really stringent with not letting you skip things. Which is why even any percent only really has like one actual glitch. And despite that, the task does find ways to just straight up like skip one of the final fights, and you know, you're like phasing through walls and stuff. It's very exciting. I did not like that. I didn't mean to run forward quite that soon. Alright, buddy. Let's wreak havoc on these friends, huh? Oh, nice, nice! One even fell off the edge. Yeah! Oh no, Trico! Trico, why would you do this to me? Oh, Trico, that fight was going so well! Rest in peace, me. That fight was so nice. And you know what actually was the problem, weirdly enough, was the very, not the first guy, I guess, the second guy that Trico, in quotes, destroyed. Because the very first one he stomped, right? And then the second one he actually knocked off of the side of this platform, which is bad. We don't want him to do that when possible. Specifically because of what just happened. The death plane, which is how far these guys have to go when they fall before it counts as them being defeated, is super, super far down in this room for some reason. So the reason that I didn't get credit for that fight being over, even though all of the armors were destroyed... You good, Treeks? Trico! Hey. Was because that first one, even though he had knocked it down so far in the past, was still falling and had not reached the death plane yet. So the fight wasn't over because technically there was still an armor left, which is why we had to do that again. Yeah, right? Like, my death plane is basically just, oopsie, I fell a little bit. Again, like that meme. Guess I'll die. I'm not gonna do the super swaggy jump. If you plan it just right, you can jump straight from that lever down to this eyeball. But I shan't. Now Trico is very smart. He should be able to do these jumps by himself. And in fact, there's nothing I can do to speed him up, really. Except for stop noodling around, little boy. So, because this is going to be a longish run, I'm going to stand up and stretch my legs for like 20 seconds. Enjoy Trico, calibrating and figuring out these jumps because he is a smart boy. I suppose if there's any, like, information or anything to share now would be a good time.
Alright then. Yeah, that's cool. I can absolutely share information. Remember, for donations, you can type !donate in the chat to get the link to the Tiltify page where you can make a direct donation. We've got the amazing target going on right now with $20 each for a Trico pet, and look at the state of Trico's body. That definitely needs all the pets that we can give it. Come on, we're gonna do this. And of course, we've also got the Sable Mask bid war going on at the same time. We've also got a QR code that are displayed during breaks and runs without camera that can be scanned using phones for easy access to the donation link.
I'm back, just in time for Trico to be done doing his stuff. I went over to say hello to Mort, and now he's here. Okay, Trico did not understand me. You good, buddy? There you go. So there's a lot of stuff going into this, going on in this room that I didn't look at. There's a door that's blocking us from proceeding. And there is a chain that, if Trico plays with it, seems like it kind of moves that door. So I need to find a way to, ouchie, to get Trico to play with that chain pretty consistently so that he can open the door for me. We broke our leg a little bit. Just walk it off, as you do. There we go. So over here, if the boy would stop noodling around, we've got this jug of Gatorade. We know how much Trico loves that. So we're going to take it, we're going to hang it on that chain, and Trico is going to be obsessed with it, which is exactly what we need. I hear you, Trico. Why are you shouting so much? Here you go, buddy. Donk. It's faster to jump, splat on the floor, and hit the checkpoint, and then it'll teleport us and the jug closer to where we need to be than to try to, like, get down gently. Here you go. You got this, my guy? So he's going to start playing with that, which is going to be enough to lift this door. And then I'm going to go through and try to jam something underneath it so that Trico can get through as well. That's the thing about it, isn't it? It's like piping hot Baja Blast. It's like he made Baja Blast pot pie filling. I mean, I guess if that's how he likes it. And also it makes him sneeze a ton. I don't think that most people ever really notice that, but if you just hold it up to his face and he sniffs it, every time he sniffs it, he'll sneeze. And he'll sneeze like so aggressively that it knocks you off your feet. So Trico, as per his usual self, will stop playing with this right about the time that I would like for him to be playing with it. That's fine. We expect that. He loves this little axle thing more than he loves the food. So I have to tell him, like, hey, stop. Stop, buddy, stop. Focus on that, please.
Well, do you know something that Trico loves more than the axle and the food?
Could it be pets?
Well, yes indeed. We have a $20 donation from Chassis saying Trico Pets! And with that donation, the Hercules Beetle Mask has taken the lead in the Sable Mask bid war. Do you want to give it a push in the lead, or do you want a different mask to end up taking the pole position? exclamation mark donate in the chat. We're doing for the good of the pets, for the good of the masks, and for the good of Girls Make Games.
Thank you so much, Chassis. Appreciate that. I will give Trico just the most heartfelt pet. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. But we're not going to do it here, because if Trico gets stuck in this room, we're going to be here for an hour. This room specifically, we need to progress as fast as possible, or Trico will do little steppies, which is where he puts his foot up in the air and then refuses to move. Forever and ever. Thank goodness. Okay, he's through. I am not running with Splitch Shabeel now. Why? Am I, like, doing really good? So obviously Trico is not going to go through with these eyeballs here. Okay, thank you. Boy. It was nice because we destroyed one of them during the cutscene. But, of course, the other one just decided it was temporarily made out of vibranium or something, so took 2 shots. How fast Trico moves through this room is entirely dependent on Trico. Oof. Oh, Trico. You almost smooshed me, buddy. I know the perfect time to give Trico pets, in fact. We're coming up on it. There's an eyeball on top of this carriage, which we didn't really stop to see, which is why I'm pushing that. It's gonna destroy this bridge that I'm on, but I know where it's safe to stand, obviously, so we're good to go. You ready? And also, I guess for those who aren't familiar with how this game is run, Trico doesn't usually have that little necklace badge thing. I gave it to him because he's a good boy. And I reserve the right to take it away if he's a bad boy. We try not to take away Trico's little badge. You get it for completing the game once. As long as you beat the game, it doesn't matter. Basically anything else doesn't matter. How many barrels you gave, whatever. You get your little badge. Thanks, Treeks. I appreciate that you didn't let me die. I appreciate that you didn't let me die after you intentionally killed me like 10 minutes ago. I'm really feeling the love. He smote my ruin upon the mountainside 10 minutes ago. So here's another eyeball. Gotta get this out of the way or Trico won't progress. What you doing with your ear, my dude? He was only half upset, I guess. So this is destroying this platform, and it's gonna slowly creep toward me. So I need to get over to Trico or it's all just gonna collapse. Trico. Please? Oh, why was that so close? That's a scripted thing, that's not a cutscene, so sometimes Trico just miscalculates and his tail doesn't come down fast enough. Now, if you have no soul, you can run this game up to this point. This is called bad ending, where all you do is you stand here and you wait until Trico can't hold on anymore, and then this whole thing collapses and everybody falls. and the screen fades to black. So I made that category mostly for people who don't have time to run the entire game, but that's the price that you have to pay, the price of your soul. Thankfully, we're not going to do that. We rolled that pillar down so that he could grab onto it, which lets him get out of there. We will move during the cutscene. We could reset there. We're not going to. The reason we might want to reset there, and the reason we used to, was because this second armor guy has that spear. But, oosh, that was so close. He drops it because the spear is for Trico. They never use spears on the boy. They use swords for the boy. If he has a spear, that's occupying both of his hands, so he can't grab the boy. But since Trico isn't behind me right now, he switched to his sword, which enabled him to almost grab me as I was coming up that wall. If we would have reset, Trico would have been right behind me, and so he would have kept his spear, and it would have been like a lot nicer. So it kind of depends on what you want, speed or ease, right? Alright, Trico is going to need to be calmed down after this fight, so it's a good opportunity to do that, pet. Good job, Trix. Good job, buddy. Yeah, you upsetty. Upsetty spaghetti, mister. There, we feel better, huh? Yeah. Oosh. I almost died. So we would basically never pet him to calm him down after a fight like that. We would just keep calling him until he relaxed. So thank you, Chassis, for letting us see that little dialogue there. About petting him feverishly. Which you only get when you calm him down from a fight. So we have this big eyeball, which obviously he's very afraid of. We'll see if we get infinite glitch Trico here. Because he walks forward, right? And he's like really upset. And then he backs up. And he pays attention to me for a second. Hey! Hey! Over there. You good? Yeah, okay. We need him to do that immediate left pivot to follow my instructions. Because if he doesn't, he'll take a little step forward in order to turn left. And that will get him close enough to the eye that he gets upset again. And then you just kind of end up in this perpetual loop of like Trico re-upsetting himself. Which can be very difficult to break out of. So obviously he's not going to do anything if I don't get rid of this eyeball first. And in order to do that, because I am now on the eyeball that's floating in the sky, I'm going to do Eye in the Sky skip. So there's a bunch of sections of this glass eye that are kind of broken. You can see there's one of them. It's like missing some chunks. And what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to go up the front, and then you keep like zigzagging back and forth through the broken pieces to go like onto the back and then back out to the front. And that's how you solve this puzzle. It's just a little climbing puzzle. I am not going to do that, hopefully. I'm going to cheese my way up onto this thing I'm not supposed to stand on. Thankfully, we have this nice little backup as long as the boy grabs. he was not really willing to stand on this, which is fair because he's not supposed to. Hop up here, and boy is not willing to do this. It's no matter how many times you try though, like you have to try quite a few times before it's not worth it anymore. There we go. So all we did was just hop across the front of the eye in a way we weren't supposed to, rather than going back and forth and back and forth. And so we skipped the puzzle. If you've ever played Eco, this area might look a little bit familiar, with all of the hanging cages and everything. Whether it's the same place or not, you know, you can't really say one way or another, but it sure is similar. Come on, dude. It's gone. It's so satisfying to watch those things shatter. So just to kind of give you a perspective of how different Trico's AI is every time you play, the top, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, cog section of that glass eye that came apart from it when I rolled it off the top landed on the little island where Trico was. And it landed kind of in his path to make this jump. So he actually did this a little bit slower than he might normally do it because his AI had to navigate that extra piece of debris that was on the ground and decide, like, okay, I can't step on this because this is not a steppable material, right? But I also don't have the space to step around it, so what am I going to do? We were down there earlier. That was when we looked up and we saw, potentially, another Trico hanging out on the top of the scaffolding. Our Trico was very upset. Way to keep stealing design ideas from Eco's creator. It's kind of funny. It's wild, isn't it? Like, Ueda must be like a really big fan of Ueda, you know? For him to take so much inspiration. Poor Trico. He's stuck on a pillar now. Over there. And he says, "Oh, please help. I can't do anything." We hop down here and do this little shimmy because there's a cutscene trigger up on top that we don't want to trigger. It's just the boy looking back and basically saying, "Don't worry, Trico. I'll help you. Just hang in there." So we skirt around it. And some more armors. Now, speedrunning wise, the boy's animation goes a little bit faster when he's running on flat ground compared to when he's running on stairs. So, excuse me, with your Naruto ninjutsu nonsense, can you stop? So whenever possible, we're going to be running along the little ridge here on the right-hand side of the stairs, rather than on the stairs themselves, because that can be a little bit faster. These guys are gearing up to throw spears at Trico because he's down on a pillar right underneath their window. So our boy is getting peppered. And now one of my favorite tricks in the entire run. You're supposed to solve this because you're gonna like jump over onto a scaffold and it's gonna break, and then Trico sees and he's like, oh no, my human, he's in trouble. And so he spins around and grabs onto this drawbridge over here that's not down to give you a place to drop because he knows that you're gonna fall. And all of that is heartwarming and touching and whatever. But we can do it better. Instead of grabbing onto the scaffolding that's going to break up here at the top, I am going to, ideally, cheese my way. I missed. That's okay. We'll restart like right there. I'm going to cheese my way onto the top of the drawbridge, right on like the little lip of it, which you're not supposed to be able to stand on, which is why the boy just kind of slipped. And obviously the game doesn't expect you to have gotten over there without triggering the whole Trico jumps over thing. So the game is like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Why are you here? And it just spawns Trico on the drawbridge without having to watch any of the cutscenes or have him do any of his like animations to get over there. It's just voila, suddenly Trico is on the drawbridge. And there we go. And there he is. Because, like, Trico needs to be on that drawbridge when it drops, or the game is broken, so it just puts him there. And I think that's cheeky, and I like it. Oh, those armors would absolutely do the Naruto run, with, like, their arms behind them. You know they would. Look at them. They're all nerds, you know that. So preemptively, I'm grabbing this barrel for Trico. He's been through a lot, and he's gonna sit down and be like, look, I'm hungry, and I'm not going to proceed until you feed me. Which, you know, is fair. We are gonna just kind of pop, and we skip this puzzle. What we're supposed to do is throw this barrel kind of from platform to platform and like race over real quick before it rolls off until we can get it out of that hole. But we just didn't. We just kind of left. And that's called barrel skip. We'll do more of those. That's totally true though, because this is a made-up language. But the armors are called yoroi, which is just straight up just a Japanese word. They're just Japan fanboys. No, there is more Japanese, to be fair. We'll see some in a cutscene where it just switches to like straight Japanese for a hot second. So Trico's had his little snack. He's willing to stand up. Oh, look at him, he's so happy! As cute as that was, we don't really want to see that because that means that he took quite a while to eat his snack. But he's cute, so it's worth it. Oh no, the hole in the floor! We have like a really nice like 4K Ultra HD computer, or not computer, TV. Which is great for like watching movies, but I swear when you're running The Last Guardian and it displays things in true black, it's impossible to see these holes. I just have to do it by memory. Hey, flashlight Trico! Where were you a second ago when I needed your eyeballs? There's like 1 pixel of the floor that wasn't letting me do what I wanted to do. Of course. Trico, did you understand me? I'm getting the impression that your 2 brain cells did not meet and converse You good? He's good. Maybe. Cheeks, you got this, buddy. Trico, get up there. Chicken dog man. Alright. Chill. Okay. Clear brain. You good. Here we go. Also, there's Mort. I zoomed him in a little bit so you could see his face. So unironically, getting Trico out of that dark room is like one of the hardest puzzles in the game. The spacing is just so tight and it's really hard for him to understand what you want from him. Okay, Treeks, you ready? You're gonna do a good job. I believe in you, okay? Cutscene skip. Cutscene skip, you can do it. Alright, couple steps forward. Good job, buddy. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Go, go, go. Don't stop to look at anything. Uh-oh. There's noises. Come on, Trico, let's go. You're so close. Okay. Really, really difficult little thing there. It all depends on Trico. We watch this little cutscene where Trico is listening to the sound of another Trico off in the distance, and it's, you know, very upsetting. He's obviously upset. But if Trico's AI just runs immaculately there, he will walk far enough forward that he'll step on this like trigger that says, oh yeah, jump to these pillars, and he'll jump out ahead of the cutscene and it won't play, which is really nice, obviously. But I think it's been a couple years since I've had that happen, so not unexpected. There's that white tower again, lest you forget that that's where we're trying to go. You can see the big bridge kind of leading up to it too, which is going to be a centerpiece of a lot of our efforts later. But for now, Trico has got this big eyeball up here that he's very upset about. So we're gonna have to find a way to take care of that. And yes, these are the same vines from Shadow of the Colossus. The same vines that you've got on the side of the temple. I was gonna call it the Temple of Time, which is 2000% not right, but you know. Wouldn't that be a crossover? So we're not supposed to be able to climb ropes and chains and stuff this fast. This is an exploit. To be able to go, like, triple speed. And that went very well. So this is all very timing dependent. Trico is going to be over here, like, bouncing back and forth between this drawbridge and that eyeball across those pillars. Because on the one hand, he wants to get to me, but on the other hand, he's afraid of the eyeball, right? So if we do this right, it'll all line up very perfectly. The boy is not supposed to be able to run across ropes like this. You see, he has his hands out to the side, and all of that is okay. Thank you very much. We're going to go backwards. We're going to try that again. You see, he has his hands out. He's going very slowly. This is how you're supposed to walk across ropes. However, if the boy would get his act together, there we go. We can rope run by chaining together these tap downs. I discovered this by accident like 4 or 5 years ago. I don't remember what I was doing, but I lost my mind on stream. Because it's changed so much. So we get across there, obviously, extremely quickly. Trico is just getting over to this pillar. And he wants to turn around because there's an eyeball. But we can catch him before he does. And that saves so much time. Because now we're already on him and we don't have to slide down all of this like equipment up here and do that whole puzzle. And that's called the Panda Plummet. Because Sancho Panda was the one who realized that we could jump onto Trico from that angle and not die. So there's the White Tower, right? With the big bridge in the distance. And over, where is it? Over there-ish is where those cages are that were hanging in the sky. So we're making our way upward. Making lots of progress. Trico's also pretty covered in blood though. So if you want to clean him up, we can do that with pets, don't forget. Every 20 bucks is a pet-a-rooney for Mr. Trico. Plus, it's obviously supporting Girls Make Games. Farewell, Trico. I'll be back in a moment. He's looking at another eyeball, because of course he is. That's all he ever does. So here's this eye that's causing him great pain. And I'm gonna get rid of it. Trico, help? Anytime, buddy. This boy, like... I always ask people, you know, if you could have a Trico, but you had to go through what this boy is going through in order to have one, would you have a Trico? Please? Catch? Oof, thank you. And as always, that's a scripted thing, 100% possible, and even common, that he misses, so... Thank you. The prevailing opinion seems to be that people would not go on this adventure even if it meant that they get to have a Trico. And I kinda can't argue with it, you know? Are we certain that the outcome is getting back home alive? I mean... Are we certain? Okay. How about this? We're certain that you get home alive. We're not certain that you don't get hurt along the way. Maybe you don't have the same capacity to walk off your shattered shins as the boy does. Also, Trico's doing this entirely on his own because he is a smart boy. I'm just like phased into Trico's mesh right now. I'm just one with the chicken dog. I don't think that you would have reload from checkpoint. I think that it's just... You go on this adventure, you know that you will reach the end of the adventure, But you don't know what condition you will be in at that time, I suppose. Trico's actually doing really well with this section. He is earning his little badge that he wears. I'm not into heights and falling. Yeah, that's usually what does it for people. Is like shots like this that are looking down like a mile. How rude. We spent all that time climbing up, and then she just knocks us down. So, I mean, Trico was right to be upset earlier, because he heard another Trico in the distance, and he got real, like, agitated about it, you know? So we fell, like, a really long way. And you may or may not recognize this room. I'm stuck on a tree. But down below is that chain, the lever, the big torch thing that we didn't light because we didn't need to. So this is the room where we put the jug on the chain and had Trico kind of mess with it to open the door. In speedruns, that split is called Hodor. We're all the way back down here. Which means if we want to get back up and get onto that white tower, we gotta redo a climb. Hi, Trico. He's fine. He's a little bit sore, like his one ear's down, and it'll stay down for a little while. But he's okay. His horns are regrowing, if you didn't notice. They were broken at the beginning of the game, and they're starting to regrow. Whoever tailored this boy's shirt deserves a pay raise. Because, boy. The Trico tried to grab me. He tried to reach me to help me, but I was too far away. And I'm not just wiggling for no reason. I'm getting Trico through this as fast as he can go. So there's a place up there where he can stand. He's kind enough not to kick me in the face as he does. Boy, why are you just like torpedoing like this? What are you doing? Thank you. Now there is a trick here called vine skip. We are going to do a modified vine skip because the other one is too dangerous. So all the way down near the floor, there are vines. You can see all the way down there on the left. We can try to jump to those vines from the very top where we just were, but it so happens that the distance that you have to fall in order to reach them and the game's perception of how far down the death plane are almost equal. So a lot of times you can get down there, you can grab the vines, and you can even like be moving and everything, and the game will still just fade to black as if you died. Which is why we don't really want to do vine skip like that. So we have Trico jump us down a little bit to be a little lower so we don't have that risk of hitting the death plane even if we succeed in that jump. Also, I just did another barrel skip. You're supposed to roll that barrel down a bunch of like platforms. But I didn't. I just cheesed my way up onto the final platform. Beautiful placement of that barrel as well. We don't need to reposition it. It's also apparently possessed and got a mind of its own. The Trico sat down, which is completely fair. You know, he's hurt and he's like, I want a snack. I'm not moving. So we went and got him a snack. So Trico's got to do a little bit of this climb to get back up toward where we were before the big old meanie head just, you know, knocked us down. So now would be a great time for any supplementary information, etc. while he does this.
Yes, I can indeed provide you with that info right in front of you. Remember, this is Complete-a-thon 2024. For those who are just tuning in, this is the charity event dedicated to completionist speedruns. This includes 100% all collectibles, or even categories where you collect all of a specific collectible, just to name a few. If you're interested in getting involved in future events or finding out more, make sure to join our Discord and follow us on Twitter to get updates about them. On top of that, we've also got the fabulous bid war for the mask choice in Sable later on today. So type !donate in chat to make your pick between the 5. Also right now, the Hercules Beetle is leading, but you can end up either bolstering its lead or choosing a different mask to take its place. And remember, every $20 right now will end up going towards an adorable pet for Trico on stream from now until the end of this last Guardian run. Get the donations in!
That's right, and Trico's feathers are kind of mussed up right now, so if we give him pets, we can get him looking nice and dapper once again. We'll clean up the blood, we'll smooth down his feathers. So Trico's upset. He's looked up here and he's seen these two guys with those eyeball shields. This is our first encounter with armors that have shields. Just like with the big eyeballs, Trico is absolutely terrified of those things, and they make him really upset. So as we step into this room, I need to take care of the guys with the eyeball shields first, or else Trico's just not going to help me. I don't know if it's a glitch or what, there's kind of a prevailing awareness that if Trico sees those shields during a fight, and they actually, like, get a chance to stop him, and he kind of panics about them, that will make him less aggressive in all of the fights for the rest of the game. And it gets worse the longer he looks at a shield. So I don't think that that persistent effect was meant to be in here, but it is. That was kind of a gross little oosh. Haha! Oh. I thought I could knock him out the window. So we want to get rid of these guys with shields as soon as possible, and ideally destroy the shields. I can pull the heads off of the armors, so I can help a little bit. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Trico, don't do it! Don't do it! Don't knock me out the window! Okay. Sure. So that went well. That was fine. Trico kind of overcame his fear a little bit to help us out, but later on there will be more guys with more shields that are progressively more difficult to deal with. I'm sorry, buddy. I don't know why I gave you that command, in reality. Here, try this one instead. You may notice these butterflies around me from time to time. There are currently 3 butterflies around me, which means that I am standing basically right next to a barrel. The butterflies clue you in on some of those optional things. He hears that at the Trico, and I don't blame him for being upset at this point. He got smacked in the face. So Trico's about to head into a room that's just full of that Gatorade smell. It's just coated in mist. Misty Gatorade coming from a big jug. And as per usual, we need to find some way to close it or dump it or whatever we need to do to get Trico to stop paying attention to his favorite goo snack and continue forward. He stepped on a pressure plate, we took care of it, no big deal. So here he is. Absolutely distracted. Bruh, get your ear out of the way, dude. So this jug is on tracks, and if I were to push it all the way to the end, it wouldn't go anywhere. It just goes to a dead end. So we're only going to push it to right there. And then instead, we're going to switch the tracks so that it goes somewhere else. Morty is just a sleepy boy today. I thought he would be... Normally when he's on camera for a marathon, that's when he decides that he's going to do laps around his enclosure. Because of course that makes it harder for me to do the speed run and to keep track of him. But he's just, he's being a sleepy boy today. Okay, here we go. This boy... he's made of rubber, his bones never break, but he also apparently can bench press like 2,000 pounds. Hey, Trico. So we dumped all of his stuff into the water. It's probably not great that I'm swimming in whatever it is. But hey, at least he's not distracted anymore. So he's up above me, kind of trundling around, and I need him to step in just the right place, and for the game to give him credit for it, which is the bigger challenge. Because he's basically right on it. Come on, buddy. There we go. So he broke a hole in the ceiling. Like, this room must have a smell, right? And maybe it smells like Mountain Dew, but the water is, like, green. This room smells like something. So now he's looking at me, which is great. I don't want to be looking at him, so I'm going to move the camera with my chin. Oh, this piece of wood! Move! That was so unlucky. Okay, we didn't want to be looking at him because, you know, common principle in video games, right? That you don't display things that you're not looking at in order to save on memory. So, it's really hard for Trico to get his tail through that hole and, like, past all the scaffolding without it getting stuck. So if we don't look at it, all of that stuff despawns, and his tail can just fall straight down without any obstruction. Thanks, Treeks! I don't know why lately you haven't been listening to me when I give you this command. Can you listen? Thank you. Treeks, you're wavering between being a really, really good boy and being a really bad boy. It remains to be seen how you will continue to vex me. There were 2 armors over there. We didn't see them because I, just didn't point the camera in their direction. But that's what Trico's dealing with right now. And then, as per usual, he's going to be like, "Excuse me, I've worked very hard. I would like a snack." Which is fair, So we're just going to step up onto that box. That is called the Sancho step, again, because Sancho Panda found it. You're normally supposed to just walk over to the box and press square to, like, slowly put the barrel up there. But this is faster. There you go. Hi, Treeks. Now, I know it's very adorable. He wants to do a little happy dance after he's had his food. But I'm going to cancel him out of it. This is a speed run after all. And we're going to get him to just head over to where he needs to be. We'll have a chance to see him do his little happy dance later. So he's stuck in this room. This room is the bane of my existence. I lost a world record here once. Because down in this tunnel, there's an armor standing behind a door. Which is the only door that Trico can really go through, so I need to open it for him. But I was on world record pace by like 6 or 7 minutes at one point. And from inside the room that Trico is in, you can't see that the armor is there. It's not supposed to be visible. But he knew. He could tell it was there, even though he wasn't supposed to. And so he got like super distracted just looking at the wall, perceiving that armor before before it was supposed to be there. And I couldn't get him to move out of that room or like lift me up to get out. And so we lost that run to, I think it was 12 or 13 minutes of trying to get him out of that room. What a goober. Thanks, Trico. So here's this white tower. Once again, where we're trying to go. Thank you, Trico. Please don't let me die. Please don't let me die. Okay. Just one of those days, huh? That's okay. Trico, do not grab me this time. Nope. Oh, you tried. You tried. So that's always the risk that you take. We want Trico to kind of throw us onto his back like that, because in an ideal run, he'll throw us, and then while we're like in midair, he'll start spinning around to do this jump. So it saves time, right? Because you're not climbing him and then giving him a command to go. The risk, of course, is that I don't have a grab button, and when you land on the flat plane of Trico's back, which is a standable surface, not a grabbable surface, then, yeah, we're going down there, buddy. Then, you know, sometimes the boy will fail to grab as he slides down Trico's side, and then the rest is history. Now, normally, I would try to trigger a glitch here called NoGlitches. Because this guy has a shield. We really don't want this. And there are 4 armors here. Come on, Trico. We don't want this guy to pick the shield up again. The other one's eyeing it. Don't do it. It's fine that I got picked up again, as long as we kept these guys from doing the shield. I need this, please. Thank you. We'll get rid of this. Great. It's broken. We don't need to worry about it anymore. So yeah, there's normally 4 guys, just like we saw it. The 4 guys with the guy with the shield. But we can interrupt the way that this section loads by doing a checkpoint reset as soon as the armors start to spawn in. And it's very cool because they spawn starting in the back of the room over there, and then just 1, 2, 3, 4 over to this side. So if we interrupt their loading, yes, Trico, thank you, buddy, for your assistance. If we interrupt their loading, we can usually spawn it in so that there's only 1 armor, including there not being a guy to hold the shield, which is really, really nice. But in true ending, because we are seeing everything that the game has to offer and we're not allowed to do glitches like that, we don't do that. So we do the encounter as intended. The negative, of course, is that if you do choose to do that, which you would in any percent, right? Then, according to the game, right, you have only defeated 1 armor, and there's still supposed to be 3 left. So that means that essentially for the rest of forever, if you choose not to reset after that, you'll just have the battle music, because the game is like, hey, this fight isn't over. There's still 3 more armors. So I hope you like the Last Guardian battle music. There's our white tower with the big bridge. That gap up there in the bridge is where we're going to be later. That's a very important place to be. Now Mort's moving. Where you going, lizard? Rico is coming, I promise. He will be here shortly. Come on, Trix. There he is. So thankfully we are spared from having to listen to that fight music for the next forever. He'll be coming around the mountain when he comes. Don't worry. He's here. Hi, Trico. Hi, Morty. Everybody's joining the party. You feel me, buddy? You got me? You got it. Alright, so we're into water puzzles here. And technically, if Trico would like to poop for me, that would be phenomenal. Because that would be a world record. Somehow, I doubt it. I haven't fed him very much. Hello, buddy. So Trico's afraid of water, right? Which means I'm gonna need to help him navigate these puzzles. But it's been a little while since the beginning of the game when he was truly terrified of water. Also, he's just very much not listening. Alright. Let's wipe your brain here. There you go. Look at how upset he is! Yeah, uh-huh. You good? So yeah, it's been a little while since the beginning of the game when he was just completely averse to water. So now, as long as we go in first and show him that it's safe, he will follow when I call. We don't need to trick him with snacks anymore. We have to start the poop talk around this time of the game because this is like the most likely time for Trico to poop. We've still got like, I don't remember, I think it's like 30 minutes before we match the poop percent world record, so we could get something going. There's Trico. He came when I called. Hey buddy, focus. 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 Yep. Good job. So I don't blame people for getting confused when they play this game for the first time, because it's really not clear what's happening when you do these puzzles. So I hit a lever way up above, and that opened a door way down here. And we're going to do that again so that Trico can pass, you know, between these rooms. Alright, Trico. Go do your thing. Go poop. I'm intentionally not watching him. So we know it's possible for Trico to poop during an any percent, which is when we give him the minimum number of barrels required to finish the game, which I believe is like 8 or 9? I can't remember. So you don't have to give him a bunch of barrels in order to poop. Hi. But it does seem to help, and we're not sure if that's because there's a correlation between like how many barrels you give him and just the actual chance of him pooping, or if it's just because giving him barrels forces you to spend more time with him, which slows things down, which gives him like an opportunity to poop. We don't know. But he created a nice little tidal wave for me there so that I could get up onto this platform that otherwise didn't have a ladder. Hi, buddy. So Trico's gonna go through this hole, and he is going to benefit from having gigantic chicken lungs. I am gonna go stretch my legs again because it's been another hour. So feel free to throw in any important information while I'm gone.
Alright, I can indeed bring in some more information for you right here. Remember, we're raising money throughout this marathon for Girls Make Games, or the GMG Scholarship Fund. While women make up nearly half the gaming population, less than 24% of game devs in the US are women. Girls Make Games was created to address this gender gap and create a space for girls to explore the world of video games. To date, nearly 25,000 girls in 160 cities and 22 countries have accessed game dev workshops, summer camps, and tutorials. GMG's published titles have been downloaded over 190,000 times on partner programs like the PlayStation, Nintendo Switch, the Xbox Creators Program, Steam, and Google Play. By inspiring girls to engage with Steam throughout the fun and creativity of game design, we're creating a world where girls have a chance to deliver their potential through gaming and game dev.
I'm here. So Trico left without us, eh? He is gone. He had the lung capacity I did not. So we're gonna do this next section of the game by ourselves. I'm gonna try to be swaggy because it's cool, and if I can't, then you can all laugh at me. Okay, well, I didn't. But you didn't even get to see me fail. You didn't know what was gonna happen, so, you don't get to laugh. I changed my mind. I was supposed to run across the top of this ledge here. This railing. It's very risky, but I mean, why not risk it for the biscuit, right? Mort has returned to his lurking. So our goal right now is to find Trico. He clearly proceeded onward without us, and we need to meet up with him again because, let's be real, we're not going to get very far in this world just as a little boy. But on the bright side, we're going up, which is what we've always wanted. Always upwards. Because up is White Tower. And hey, look at this. We got some Trico feathers. Also, I completely forgot. Y'all want me to be like a different boy? There's different outfits. I always run the red one, but I guess I could switch. Here's a Trico tail. A Trico foot. But of course, that's not our Trico. That is a mean, angry Trico. Whoop! Oh, thanks for that little boost there. So that's the Trico that punched our Trico in the face. Our Trico is nowhere to be seen. Now what we were supposed to do is climb up that tree at the beginning, and there's like a rope hanging from the tree and connecting it to this place that I am now. But if you know how to get around this Trico, I need to get her into her loop here. Or in my case, you know, if it's nice enough that she just kind of punts you forward like a football, you don't have to do that part. So she's trying to get at me through all these crevices and stuff. Obviously, you know, we're familiar with the timing that it takes to avoid that. Oh, honey, why did you leave? Why did you leave and come back? What was that? That was highly unusual. Well, okay. Well, whatever. We made it through her little gauntlet. With minimal issue. She wasn't really a threat. She's very scary the first time you play. And into here we go. It's just me in a helmet inside this cage. Oh, she missed. That's surprising. Oh, she's taking forever to queue up here. Did you see her kind of like pop into place because her... the scene had to start, so the game had to like drag her into her place. Okay, that's quite enough, thank you. All of my bones are broken, I'm pretty sure. But we see her horns are resonating with this noise. Her tail is so stuck. And then off she goes. So whatever this noise is, it's more important than her playing with her little boy in a ball toy. And we are now officially into cage puzzle. Oh boy. The narrator's gonna say it seems like we waited for an eternity, so we do just kind of have to wait. We're on a timer here real quick, but cage puzzle is challenging because obviously this cage is not a circle, right? So rolling it isn't as simple as just holding forward and then you go forward. At the same time, we're not going to be the only ones participating in this puzzle. And we can expect some, shall we say, interference that makes this puzzle even more challenging. So it's very common for any percent runners to get to this point, which they'll do typically around, you know, 2 hours-ish. So we're doing well on time here, but... And I mean, 2 hours any percent, which is why I say that we're doing pretty decent on time. And then the run just dies because cage puzzle is kind of a nightmare. We'll be okay though. So the other Trico's gone. I'm stuck in a cage. I've got no Trico of my own to speak of. It doesn't really matter where I put the cage right now, because we're going to reset a checkpoint and it's going to spawn separately, like in a different location, so I could just throw it over here. Take your time. There we go. Hi, buddy. That's our Trico. He's been looking around this whole time trying to find us. Alright, we wait for the Borf Borf. Thank you for your Borfs. And here we go. So now we've got Trico, who is very dedicated to trying to get us out of this cage. Which that's great, and we love him for it. But at the same time, he usually just makes things worse. So first, and always. Hi, buddy. He wants pets. Which if you donate $20, we can give him pets for real. Thank you, Trico. Okay, buddy, you ready? No, I need him to push me. And I need him to push me very specifically up, which he failed to do. Good start, buddy. That's okay. We'll try again. This is why runners lose runs to this this puzzle. Because sometimes Trico can push and it just doesn't do anything. Push, 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 push. There you go. Good job, Trico. And now it's just walking this cage to where we need it to be, which is its own brand of difficult. But Trico recovered quickly there. That second push came very quickly, so the fact that he messed up the first one really wasn't that big of a deal. Alright, leg's broken. Gotta walk it off for a second. There we go. We'll use some jumping momentum to get that to go a little faster. There are so many ways that this could have gone wrong. Now, ideally, we get this on the first try, because if we have to reset, Trico's going to be down here with us, and he, as per usual, complicates everything. Launch me! It's not the worst. I can live with it. Okay, well, it's getting worse. Because we're, like, stuck between these two things. There we go. We can turn it around here. Great. Really, truly not that bad. I have yet to get a hole-in-one in a marathon setting, but someday, we will launch with that cage and we will just land in this thing without me having to roll it. It's only ever happened twice. Ever. But don't worry, it'll happen in a marathon sometime. So Trico's upstairs. He's very happy to see me, but of course, he's hungry. He's always hungry, aren't we all? And so I need a barrel for him. I know ahead of time that the barrel is behind the suit of armor. So suits of armor don't bother you if they don't have a head. It's only when you put the head on that they wake up. So I needed to bring that helmet down with me to get the suit of armor to move so that I could get the barrel. Now we will do another barrel skip whenever this guy decides to channel his inner Naruto. And we will boop and step up there, and then we don't have to run from him anymore. So yeah, basically every barrel in the game that you have to give to Trico when he sits down like that, you can just do a barrel skip to hook the boy's toe like onto a polygon that prompts him to do the step up motion even when he's not supposed to. And you skip the entire puzzle. Here you go, dude. Good to see you again. Why'd you let me drown? That's okay, I love you. Now, you're not going to be able to see it because I'm behind Trico's head, but I'm giving Trico a complex command, which we use very rarely, and specifically only in speedruns. It's not something you ever really want to do casually, because it runs a very high risk of extremely confusing Trico. I told him to do multiple things at once. I told him to jump over, turn around, and then jump to the pillar. He is interpreting each of these steps in the way that he feels is best, which this time was slightly slower than average, but he's still doing a good job. Thanks, buddy. And out we go. So you can pre-queue his commands here if you want, like give him preemptive commands for the future, but again, that runs the risk of really, really confusing him. And a confused Trico is a slow Trico, so we'll just take it one by one. That's more something that you just want to leave for the task. He's doing really well, though. Look at you, dude. Have you grown a third brain cell? I'm impressed. I take it back. Okay. He's not choosing to go backwards, so we're good. Now up here is where the other Trico was, right? So if we don't get Trico's attention very quickly to go up into this hole where he came from, he's going to get really distracted, which he's already kind of doing. And he's going to want to sniff and explore and smell all about this other Trico. So we want to get him out of here as fast as possible. Oof. I fear every time. One time there was a runner called Aiden. Very, very good runner of The Last Guardian. And just for some reason, when Trico made that jump, it glitched the boy like into the mountain. And he was just one with the stone for like the rest of forever. He couldn't get out. So ever since I've been utterly terrified. And there's White Tower again. With the bridge and everything. Hi! So we're making good progress. Trico, stop picking up your feet! You're gonna send me off to my death. I have located Morty once more. Dipping his toes in the bath, it seems. Now we are about to be treated to what I would argue is some of the best cutscenes in the game. And normally we would skip these during an any %, but for true ending, we have to watch all the cutscenes and experience everything that is in the game. Whoa, I just kind of teleported. We'll be over there later with all those eyeballs and stuff. I will actually be going back and forth there quite a lot. Oh, that was beautiful. Thank you, Trico, for letting me do that little skip. So if you're ready to see some wonderful cutscenes, I've got good news for you. Because we're going to find out how we got here, why we're here, all sorts of stuff. Also, it's just nice to be out in the sun again, isn't it? This beautiful sunshine. Hi, Treeks. So, just as before, we're gonna head into one of these cages. This pulsing cage that Trico is really, really not gonna like. And if you recall what happened the last time we were in one of these, Trico picked me up and crunched me. Like I was a snack. So very intentionally, we're gonna stand right here. And let's go. Yoink! Once more! We get to be the snack of the day. But now we actually get to watch the cutscenes! I love these cutscenes. These cutscenes do take a while, though. So actually, while we watch the beginning of them, if we could hear about, I guess, what Girls Make Games does, the charity that we are supporting, that would be pretty cool.
That would be amazing to do. So, Girls Make Games believes in providing every girl and woman with the opportunity to discover their potential and talents through gaming and game development. With your donations, you're able to contribute directly to the Girls Make Games Scholarship Fund that provides girls and women with the resources and opportunities to pursue careers in gaming through GMG's many programs, such as their 2024 college scholarships, summer camp scholarships, and the new mentorship and internship programs launching later this year. It's a great cause, so we've got some great incentives as well. Remember, $20 from now until the end of this run is a pet for Trico. And we've also got the Sable Mask bid war going on! Exclamation mark, donate, or scan the QR code during break screens. On that note, though, there is another host waiting in the wings just to see me. And I do indeed see this. Nerdy Destroyer is ready to take over this hosting slot from now until the end of the run. So I will end up leaving this in his capable hands. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me as a host as part of Complete-a-thon 2024. And remember, stay amazing, stay hydrated, stay awesome.
Thanks for being here.
Alrighty, thank you so much, Rexy. I'll be taking over for her from here.
Hello, you came at just the right time, where our adorable Trico has a boy hanging halfway out of his mouth. That's probably the best time to enter.
The only time.
So this is one of the points in the game where we get some of the only Japanese, like just straight up Japanese, that's spoken. Otherwise, it's just the kind of made up language, you know. Morty, what have you done? So you can hear them say, like, just straight up in Japanese, like, "Oh no, run away!" And then the rest of it switches back to the fabricated language. Oh, Morty! Big yawn, buddy! That's what that was. He just yawned into the camera. Villagers are a healthy part of a balanced diet. So they think it's some kind of good thing to be picked off by these Tricos? To just have a Trico come to your village and nom ya? I'm gonna stand for like 20 seconds while Trico makes this beautiful flight. And to be clear, they're all just called Tricos. Like, it's not like we have named our Trico Trico. That's just, it's like saying dog, right? It's just what they are. That was a piece of horn that landed right next to him, and you may or may not have noticed when the lightning struck him that it blew off the end of his tail as well, and that was falling down alongside him. So this is how Trico got down to where we met him at the beginning of the game. He came, he grabbed us from the village. On his way back, he was struck by lightning, which injured him. You know, it broke off his horns, it tore the end of his tail off. And that's why he had all those spears in him, because those were the spears that the villagers threw at him. And he barfs us up. Which is why we woke up in front of him at the beginning of the game. As for why they put him down here, it's not entirely clear, you know, why they chained him up and everything, but likely what it comes down to is either that his horns were broken or that his helmet, you know, was broken. Both of which were true. Because he was responding to the signal from the White Tower, right? That was calling him back. And probably what happened was when he got struck by lightning and it broke his horns, which are kind of his version of antenna, right? He wasn't really under the control of the tower anymore. And so they needed to chain him up to make sure he wasn't going to go rogue. So now we know that if we want to get out of this place, we have to do it in the sky, because you can't really just walk out. So Trico was right to want to go back to the top of the White Tower, because that's, you know, the highest place you can go from. And even in any percent, we can't skip this part. So we always get the chance to watch Trico do this little very touching attempt to save us. You know, Trico ate us again, which this now marks the third time that he has eaten us and barfed us back out. And this time we're not doing so good. We're not really, like, waking up afterwards. He really wants to help us, but he's not sure how. He keeps, you know, cooing to us and tapping us with his nose. We're just not waking up. So his next idea, which is my favorite, he's like, okay, I'm gonna put him in the sunlight. That'll make him feel better. And then he just stands there over us so that we just can't get any sun. So as per speedrun, right? This is a scripted thing, it's not a cutscene, it's happening in real time in the game engine. So it is possible for Trico to do this quickly or do this slowly, depending on how his AI interprets all of the like triggers that he needs to hit. Thanks, Trico, for drowning me. We'll take a look here, because he's very cute. He's so happy. In the end, accidental drowning was what it took. So we're awake. We're fine-ish. And now, we're back on the trail with Trico here. We're trying to get to the top of the White Tower, because now we know for sure that the only way out is going to be way, way up. So welcome back to gameplay. I love those cutscenes. Also, we do still have plenty of time for Trico pets, but we will not have until the very, very end of the run. So if you want to see pets for Trico, make sure that you get them in before we get too far.
On that note, we are only $5 away from our next Trico pet. So if somebody wants to snipe that pet all dedicated to them, now's a really good time.
I'm trying to do like a really, really difficult skip. It was so difficult that it took multiple years even of the task before we realized that it was possible. And it's fine. Like, I have to wait in here for Trico anyway. So, like, we're not wasting any time trying to do it. Plus, it's cuter if we wait for Trico. Come on, Treeks! Isn't that cute? We get to get up on his face. Now this is super tiny. We want Trico to get in through this little hole, this mine shaft, but boy, it's small. So we're asking a lot of him, trying to squeeze through here. And I guess we're just hoping that he can like push this gate out of the way. I mean, I guess I could raise it, but... When is the cutoff for pets? It will be when we reach... Spoilers! When we reach the White Tower. At the end. I mean, make no mistake, we're gonna reach the White Tower multiple times, but I will give advance warning. For sure. So it will probably be... I would say an hour and... yeah, about an hour. So one more hour to give Trico scritchies behind the ears. And we don't have to give him scritchies behind the ears, to be fair. We can give him scritchies behind the ears. We can rub his tummy. We can rub him on the butt. And they all do different things. Like, for realsies, they do. We can rub his buzzle, which we call it a buzzle. It's his beak muzzle. His little face thing. Which must assuredly be velvety soft, you know. It has to be. There are also opportunities coming up where I could pet Trico, but for the purpose of the speed run I usually don't because it's slower. Even though it is cuter. So we got those coming up too. Plenty of opportunity to pamper our little feathered friend. Well, he's a big feathered friend, let's be real. So he was too small. Well, the cave was too small for his big old butt. And he collapsed the cave. Thankfully, though, because I still don't have any way to handle these armors by myself, he's gonna come out and save me. Thank you, Trico! Oh, I actually knocked him over. Oh, okay, Trico, you dislocated your elbow there. You okay, buddy? It just kind of vanished for a second. We don't usually actually get to knock that armor off. I'm just stalling it there for Trico. Oh, this fight! What is happening? Trico, get that guy! Get that guy! You're doing so good, dude! Oh, buddy, I had it taken care of. Still, that was really good! Look at you! Trico never does that well. That fight is notoriously his worst. So way to go, my man. Alright, here we are. We're at the White Tower, which is why I clarified that we'll be at the White Tower more than once. This is not the end of pets, but we are here at the White Tower. And over there, at that break, that's where I called out before and said that we would be there later, and it's a very important part of the game. In an any percent run, it is by far the most difficult trick in the run. The good news is, for true ending, we will not be doing it. Because it skips the entirety of the White Tower section, which is not allowed in true ending, because we need to see everything. Way to go, Trico. You break everything that you touch. Just splatted onto the ground. Trico, excuse me. Thank you. Oh, what a run! Glorious. Running during that cutscene is really difficult because the controls are inverted, which is why you saw me just suddenly, like, jump over to the left real quick when the controls flipped back to where they were supposed to be. So yeah, to do White Tower skip, we would normally jump over here and then jump into this V that's in front of me and kind of cheese our way via places that we're not supposed to be able to stand to get just up on top of this bridge, which is our end goal here. But we are solving this normally because it's true ending and we have to see everything. I am not going to complain about that because White Tower skip is hard. It's swaggy though. And I mean, if you don't have swag, what do you have? Going around the outside of the White Tower is challenging in its own way. You might recognize this material from the beginning of the game, when we were in that room where we picked up the mirror. And I said that it was very cold. You know, you could see the boy's breath, and he was shivering. So this White Tower is made of the same material, which means that that mirror was at the very bottom inside the White Tower. So technically we've been here before. Just much, much lower down. But it's made of material that's not like anything else in the game, which is cool for storytelling purposes, and there is a reason. But it also is not good for speedrunning. Because the way that these textures work, it almost makes the platforms feel kind of slippery. Like they're not... How to explain it? The edges of the platforms are not flush with the collision of the platforms. So visually, it can look like you're still on the platform, but in reality, you're already falling to your death because you've walked off the end of it. So it takes a lot more effort than you might think to just do this basic jumping puzzle. Thankfully, we made it past the 2 problematic ones, so... It looked simple, and that's the goal, to make it look simple. Yeah, we were all the way down there. And it's not even down there on that ground that you can see that we were. We were down way below that ground. Because that's just a little island. So we are very high. There's the top of the valley. And if you're just starting out with Last Guardian speedrunning, or White Tower skip intimidates you, which is fair, there's absolutely no shame in going around the White Tower like this. White Tower skip is basically the last thing you should add to your run if you're learning. Voila, we've made it to the top. Trico is very upset by these eyeballs, of course. Because that's just how he rolls. If we had done White Tower skip, we would have gone from down there, remember where we were, just to right up here. We would have come up right here. Alright, buddy, let's get these out of the way. So here's where things start to get a little scary. All of this ninjutsu stuff that I've been making fun of for the entire game, I can mash buttons, as you can see, to try to get rid of it. But in this cutscene in particular, it doesn't matter how fast you mash, you can't get out of it. There's just too much. So I'm stuck. I can't move because, you know, these things are just kind of taking over my controls. And these guys have a bunch of eyeball shields. There's still one eyeball to the left for Trico. That's a bad situation. I'm sorry, did he miss me the first time? I looked down for a second. You had one job, dude. So I tell you, he just destroys everything he touches. That's how Trico rolls. Wonderful, we survived! Alright. It's faster to reset the checkpoint and be spawned up here than it is to climb Trico's back. There was one lovely time, because again, like all of that stuff that just happened on the bridge is happening in the in-game engine actively instead of via like a pre-recorded cutscene, right? So there was one time where when Trico destroyed the bridge, the armor guy, he dropped me, but he didn't drop me like off the side like he was supposed to. I just fell straight down, which meant that I wasn't in the correct location for Trico to reach sideways and grab me. So I remained on the bridge. Trico was still doing the rest of his animations, and I ended up gaining like a ton of arbitrary momentum from the bridge collapsing, and I rocketed off into the distance like a Beyblade. It was the most ridiculous thing. I always wish that that happens again. But it was just so unlikely, you know? Hi, Trico. You ready? Please catch me. Thank you. Most casual players will die to the second time that Trico tries to catch you. Near where I did that rope run and drawbridge skip and stuff like that. Most runners will die here. Like if Trico's not gonna catch you, it's gonna be here. So he destroyed the bridge that was leading up to the White Tower. So we're gonna have to find a different way to get there. Way to go, Trico. Trico wants me to pet him in that moment, which is why we reset, and it's so cruel. But he asks for pets so, like, aggressively that if you don't reset or move quickly, he'll just push you out the window. You ready? Come on, buddy. Yeah, you got it. Oh no! Oh no! Things like that are why I mention not having a grab button. Oh well. We could try the thing, which is a trick that avoids the use of Trico there, ideally to avoid that problem. Yay! That was the thing. I named it because I am not very creative. It's risky in the sense that it's very easy to die, but I would argue it's pretty easy to die with Trico, obviously. It just happened. I'm sorry, Trico, I messed you up. I messed you up. You're doing such a good job. You got this, man. There you go. Most people don't know that Trico can do that. They assume that he has to gently, like, jump down all those pillars. But if you command him right, he will glide. I did the thing, yeah. If that were to happen in this context, where would be the checkpoint? You mean if Trico didn't catch me? The checkpoint would be basically just right there again. It's just, you have to wait for Trico to peek his head around the corner, which can take a hot second sometimes. Good job, Treeks. I didn't need to tell you to do that, because you're a smart chicken. Alright, there's gonna be a lot happening here, real quick. I will not be able to cover it all, but... Trico, what are you doing? Trico? Trico? Trico, I just said there's gonna be a lot happening, and now you're just staring at the floor. You're way to prove me wrong, buddy. Here we go. So obviously we know ahead of time Trico's not going to be willing to engage with anything if he sees this eyeball. So, wow, that piece of armor just really went flying. We are gonna preemptively take care of this while Trico is doing the fight with those armors, because we can't really help anyway. Boy, grab the lever. Oh, if he yeets me like glitch-wise, like what happened that one time, the checkpoint is before you push the eye off the side of the bridge to start the whole like armors walking towards you thing. Thankfully, you don't have to do White Tower Skip again. As soon as you touch the top, White Tower Skip is done. Well, look who it is! This is the big meanie head that we've been contending with for the whole game. She's the one that trapped me in the cage. She's the one that punched Trico in the face. She's really not very nice. I love this. Like, this is my favorite part of the game. And that makes me seem like a horrible person because Trico's getting hurt, but it just has such good memories from the first time that I played this of being like so invested. Alright, so we unhooked the camera there to be able to run a little bit faster. We're gonna meet her down here. Right by this torch. Grab the tail. We're moving the tail during a cutscene so that it's already in the correct position. We're supposed to wait for her to fall here. We are not going to. Ideally. Practice about knowing where they will step and when allows you to get through their tails so that they can fall and I don't go down with them. Because it's a nightmare if you go down with them. So, instead, we skip this entire puzzle with that chain over there by just knowing where to drop down and forcing the game to keep us on top instead of taking us down with Trico. Otherwise, you'd have to be on that other Trico with her armor that you can't really hold on to, and like trying to climb up the chain, and it's a nightmare. Hi, Treeks. Uh-oh. I don't like this. I don't like this. We might die. Okay, if we haven't died, we should be okay. So we dropped a minecart on her head, which broke one of her horns. And so just like Trico, now, right, she's like free from the mind control because one of her horns got broken. But Trico is not grabbable until right now. So it's quite possible to land on him and then just like slip off during that cutscene if you don't land correctly. I see 1 spear, 2 spears, that's enough. That's fine. That's right, we're going to be reaching the point of no return for Trico pets. Make sure you get them in. We're just $5 away, I do believe.
Yep, only $5 away, and I don't think we're quite at the optimal pets to cuteness ratio here watching this, so I think we can get there.
I mean, look what just happened to Trico. He needs so many pets. He doesn't feel good. So hey, it's the mirror. Remember this thing from like 3 hours ago? Turns out Trico had it in his belly the entire time, because when he swallowed me the first time, it came off of my arm, and he barfed me back up and didn't barf that up. So he's been hiding it the whole time. Oh no, that's the worst. I definitely missed it a lot. So we just took out 2 armors that were standing on little, like, platforms. We did that now instead of later because if Trico doesn't know that the armors existed, he won't get upset, which lets him climb and do this whole thing faster. We did get a section just now where the little boy said, "Hold on, Trico, I'll pull it out." Not what you want to see in a... Ew. And a helmet, really? Not what you want to see in a speedrun, but it's mostly unavoidable. If you're lucky, you won't get it, but... Hold on, Trico, pull it out. I'll pull it out means... that he has too many spears in him. He did not pass the spear check for this section. So we have to take care of him before it will trigger the cutscene. Now, obviously, in an ideal world, that doesn't happen, and it takes less time, right? Because you don't have to pull out spears. But given how aggressive those armors are with throwing spears, you basically always get... Hold on, Trico, I'll pull it out. The problem with it is that a lot of Trico's spears can be on the side that he's laying on, which means I can't reach them. So that's why I checked how many spears he had visible before I even started with this section. Because if he had none, I was just going to reset to shuffle the position of the spears to get more of them into a place where I could pull them out. Otherwise, you just kind of soft lock yourself. It's not like a true soft lock in the sense that you can't make progress, but you have to do this whole section again, so... As before, if you don't look at things, they don't exist, so we're gonna just not look for a second. And it makes a lot of that debris go away. And no matter how high we are, as long as we land on Trico, it will always be safe. Because he has a soft, squishy body. Here, buddy. Everything's bad, huh? Everything's bad right now. It'll get better. You're not very good in a fight, my dude. Trico's a lover, not a fighter. Also, look, it's a Shadow the Colossus lizard. Good job. Alright, let's grab some spears here. So we better hope that these two are enough. They should be. The cutscene will start automatically. Yesh. Wonderful. So unless there's some, like, back-end mod reason that we can't go this long, we have approximately 20 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes, until we can no longer pet Trico for, reasons. So, if you want to see those Trico pets, we are in the home stretch. Pink sky means that we are at the end of the game, and we are about to enter pink sky, so...
That means we're at crunch time, and again, only $5 to get that third pet in.
Hey, Trico. He's feeling better. And if you're playing on... Depends on the kind of controller that you're playing with. Some controllers, when you're sitting here against his tummy, overnight you can feel his heart beating in the vibrations of the controller. Alright, you ready, dude? We're at the end. I say as we have an entire hour of the run left, technically. A lot of it is because we're watching the ending cutscenes and there's a little bit of extra gameplay after, like, the credits and stuff, so... We do not actually have an hour left in this section of the game, even though that's the estimate. True ending is a lot of post-end stuff. But while Trico climbs back up to the top, because once again we've been knocked down to the floor, it would be great to hear some general info. Maybe incentives for things that are coming up, or just what's coming up next. That kind of thing.
Absolutely. Well, as we're getting to the tail end of this run, I once again want to remind you, only $5 to get that third Trico pet in, and we are running out of time here, so please get those in. And up next, we will have Devil May Cry. Looks like it's going to be an all collectibles run. We will have an incentive opening for that once it starts, if it's not already open now. But yeah, lots more Complete-a-thon coming up. Once again, we are supporting the Girls Make Games Foundation, so absolutely, please. I want to see a lot more pets than we currently have. I think we can get that third pet in, and again, all proceeds are going to such a great cause, so thank you.
Trico decided to take his time here with a double twirly whirl. He really did not want to make one of these jumps, so he just spun around in circles for a little bit. As you do. He's looking completely in the wrong direction. He will fix it. There we go. So this is why we destroyed those armors earlier, because all of them would have been fights that we need to that we need to do right now. But because they're already gone, Trico doesn't know that they even existed, which means he doesn't have an opportunity to get angry or get distracted. They're gone. And we're going to do that same thing in a little bit to stop him from being angry about some more fights. Trico is clearly butt first. Hey, spin around. Why are you showing me your butt? For some reason, in this section, if Trico's butt is facing you, he won't shoot lightning. It's only if his head is facing you. Hey! Monsieur! Could you spin around? I refuse to reset because you're being a dunce. Hey? Okay, okay. You want to test my Trico control ability here? Come on. I got you figured out, my man. Yeah, that's what I thought. You're in trouble, huh? Nobody likes getting yelled at. Do not back up, mister. Thank you. Oh, that is why I love this speedrun. He's an animal. He's genuinely an animal. And sometimes he just behaves like an animal, and you have to treat him like an animal. Thank you. Probably goes without saying that that was not super ideal, but that's okay. Turiker! Let's go into these cages. You love these. Recall that the last 2 cages that he went into made him very upset, and then he ate me. Come on, buddy. We're almost there. There we go. He trusts me. He trusts me more than he's afraid of the cage. But now, we have the mirror. Which means, finally we can stand up to our fears. Right, Trico? Okay, this section is so hard. Are you gonna let me do this, Trico? In the good speedrun way? Or are we gonna do this the very annoying way? You ready? There are 5 eyeballs that I need to hit here. If Trico steps forward too much, if I unfocus the light of the mirror, if it just doesn't explode, as in that case, then, you know, things can go wrong pretty quickly. Can we, like, explode this time, please? Thank you. So it's going to unfocus here for a minute, which means Trico's going to take a step forward and he could just punt me off the edge. And now we need to make a real quick change. Oh, and that is exactly why I mentioned earlier that everything is the circle button. Because that forced me to run through and try to pet Trico. Which has now just completely ruined this little section. We'll have to clean it up later. Oh, and Trico's boosting honey! Dude, get down. Get down. Thank you. You are doing everything wrong all of a sudden. But I love you anyway. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Why are you going in here? Stop. Up here. Trico is just... what a babe. You got this, dude? Can we not boost again? So yeah, that's kind of the quintessential why it matters that everything is the circle button. Because obviously I didn't want to run over and grab Trico's foot. I wanted to hold the mirror up like this. Oh, is he gonna let me do this? Not without a lot of effort, huh? No, he's just not. That's okay. We need these to be gone, buddy. Honey, honey, we cannot proceed if these are not gone. Alright, stop, 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 stop. Nope, he won't. Yeah, for probably obvious reasons, this is why we wanted to take care of all of these eyeballs before, instead of wrestling with him now. But it is what it is. Sometimes Trico be that way. Come on, buddy, it's spinning. Thank you. Just a minute, Trico, we'll get it. It's spinning. Please shoot. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Could have been worse. Stop walking, honey. This speed run feels like a co-op run because of Trico, you know. It truly is not just me that we have to contend with. But we're back on track. Everything now looks the way that it's supposed to look. And we're gonna checkpoint it and everything, because right here is a checkpoint. So we can't lose that progress anymore. The eyeballs are destroyed. And now the other thing that I want him to pay attention to. Come on, buddy. Is these. These are 2 more armors. Same principle as before. If we waited until we were up there to deal with them, Trico would be really upset, right? He would be in like fight mode. And then it takes a long time to calm him down, and he's hopping all around, and it's much more difficult to deal with. If we deal with them now, he doesn't realize that they ever existed, so he'll proceed through that section very calmly. Trico, what are you looking at, dude? What are you doing? Hey, come here. Come here. Why are you just sitting on a bridge staring at me, man? I'm gonna take your badge away, okay? If you can't start to behave, I'm gonna take your little necklace. Only good boys get to wear the necklace. Okay, are you sorted? Are you sorted, Trico? You may also notice that compared to the beginning of the game, when Trico was shooting like a lightning bolt out of his tail, now he's shooting like plasma balls, which is way cooler. And it's because, finally, his tail has regrown. Because it was blasted off during that lightning storm, and now he has the tip of it back, so it's actually functioning the way it's supposed to. Oof, okay. Nobody likes that jump, but we're done. Super, super easy to die in this section, and if you do, you go all the way back to, like, before we destroyed those armors and everything. It's rough. But we did it. So, this section is all about getting to the White Tower. We are in between two towers, and Trico destroyed the bridge to White Tower, if you recall. So, we need to make a new bridge. And that's what we're going to spend this next probably 10 minutes doing, which is all the more time that we're going to have for pets. So get them in now, because once we make that bridge and use it, that will be it. So we're going to go back and forth between these towers, gradually raising up pieces of a bridge so that we can make a big long stretch for Trico to use. I did intentionally fall off Trico's head there. I know that it looked like I just comically splatted into the ground, but it was faster. So the White Tower is over there, and we're trying to make a bridge. Right, Trico? And this is meant to be a test of everything you've learned over the entire game about how to control Trico and how to get him to do all of his stuff. Because all of these platforms, obviously, super, super tiny. You need to be really specific and really strategic with your commands, or else he is going to be super confused. So getting him to go through this quickly can be a challenge. Across the way there are the two gaps where those armors were. So, if we had waited to destroy them until right now, Trico would be really upset. Right now. Instead, he's just willing to just proceed because he didn't know that they even existed. And I know it looks like he's going the wrong way, but he's got two brain cells in there. He's conking them together. He's working it out. Still really not good at the flying thing, but he's got heart, you know? Alright, we are almost to where we can actually start building this bridge. I know I promised a bridge, and there isn't one. There is, however, an armor directly above me. Oh, look at his eyes! He's so good in this lighting! So there's this armor directly above me. Some runners will choose to stand on this little platform and deal with the armor. I find that to be challenging, shall we say. It's very risky to do it that way because, you know, obviously Trico takes up basically that whole platform. And if he steps in front of your light for your mirror, it starts you back over with charging it up, so. On average, it's faster to do it this way. But if you can get... Oh, Trico, he got you, buddy! I'm sorry, that probably hurt. If you can get the other way to work, it is technically faster. It's just much more inconsistent. Boop. Thanks, buddy. I got you. I'll take this spear out. Trico will usually just kind of tank those spears, but every now and then there's a random chance that one will count as like really hurting, and that causes him to yelp and like stop what he was doing, which is what was happening there. So it was an unlucky kind of roll of the RNG. But that's okay. Here we go. Now we can start building a bridge.
Now would be a good time for me to jump in real quick.
You bet.
All right, chat, just wanted to remind y'all that we are hitting the tail end of this run, which means now is your last chance to get those Trico pets in. I would like to remind you we are only $5 away from our third pet. That's a whole pet dedicated to you. So don't tell me that you're not looking at Trico here and your heart's not just melting. Mine has been melting as I've been sitting here the whole time. So once again, now is your last chance. We are approaching the tail end.
He's such a good boy. Look at his face. Catch me. Catch me, Trico? Okay. He can catch you there. He just decided not to. And I almost died. So whipping out this side of the bridge allows him to make this jump. Get me onto the ground, please. Okay, or not. And the white tower, right over there. We're getting close. Let's see if Trico decides to be my friend or my greatest enemy. We're gonna do a little skip here. Instead of climbing back down this tower, I'm just gonna trust that Trico's underneath me and he's gonna catch me. I can't see him. I might splat. Hey buddy, please don't move. Thank you. Thanks, my man. Why is your tail lit up? I've never seen that before. Okay, we have constructed our bridge. We're heading to the White Tower. Final call for pets. If Trico decides to ever go to the White Tower, he's ignoring me.
Well, on that note, we do have $5 from Anonymous, who says a pet is a pet, and you can't just leave it at half of a pet. I agree. Thank you so much. That is our third Trico pet. I think we're starting to hit that optimal pets to cuteness ratio.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Trico's about to go through the ringer, so he can definitely use a pet here in just a minute. I am kind of locked into a scripted event right now, but rest assured, we still have time. He's doing it! Kind of. He just really hasn't still gotten the whole flight thing figured out, but he made it! All he needed was that runway. Now, we are into the final fights of the game. These are much, much more nuanced than anything we've done so far. Trico's gonna have a lot of spears thrown at him. This guy will not hurt me. He will turtle up because they can't approach my shield when I'm shining the shield at them. So I need to work very carefully with Trico because he is splitting his efforts between shooting when I'm telling him to and attacking things. So I need to thread the needle between distracting him by asking him to shoot at things and, you know, actually accomplishing things with the fight. Sometimes it may behoove me to get caught. Sometimes that will be an accident. We will see. Alright, Treeks. You take care of those guys up there. So I'm trying to hit with lightning the ones that Trico either can't hit or has a difficult time hitting. And being in front of this door when the phase change happens is basically non-negotiable. You must do that in order to have a successful fight. Because that guy comes out with a shield. With one of those eyeball shields. Which is going to completely stop Trico. It's going to stall out the momentum of the fight and it's going to be really slow. But if you walk in front of that door and you're there to surprise him when he comes out, he'll be like, hey, wait, what? And he'll drop his shield. And he'll leave it inside the door so that he can't just go and pick it up again. Trico, please swipe with your left hand so that you don't kill me. Okay, well, that was close, but, you know, I'll take it. And so we're going to use that same principle multiple times as far as, like, getting them to drop their shields inside the door so that they can't take advantage of them. I could go over and pull this guy's head off, but... Okay. Thank you kindly for missing, Trico. Good job. Trico wrecked shop in this fight. Good job, dude. That was quite quick. Hey! I got something for you, mister. Mister. Hey, can you stop moving? Stop moving. Stop. Hi. Yes. Yes, I'll give you a pet. Right on the head. Give you good scratches. Yes. Oh, very good. Very good. I knew he would come in for pets because he just went through something stressful. So thank you for the pets. I'll clean up his feathers a little bit and stuff too when I have the chance. As a thank you for all of those lovely pets. We'll take good care of our Trico. For now, however, we're gonna do a little trick called elevator skip. We need Trico to not be in the room in order to do this. You're supposed to take his tail and drag it kind of like over a hole so that it falls down in the hole, and that's how you can get down into this lower level by climbing on it. But by knowing exactly where to go and doing it quickly before Trico gets in here, we can just grab the ledge ourselves and not have to do that. But that is basically going to be our cutoff for pets. Because we are essentially at the time when we will lose the opportunity to do so. So thank you everybody for your generosity in supporting Girls Make Games. Don't let that stop you from donating to other things like upcoming incentives, etc. So there's a big fan above Trico's head. And in order... Well, it's not necessarily... Well, there is a fan. Weirdly enough, there is actually a fan, even though I misspoke. There's a... like a fan of doors above his head. And I need to activate each of the pieces of it individually in order to get them to open. Did we wake this guy up? Oh, this was glorious. This was exactly what we wanted. So each of these opens one of those pieces of the door above Trico's head. And we need that to open because it's an elevator and we need to go up there. this happened to be very ideal. I woke up 2 of those armors. Trico's tail is hanging down in the middle, right? So I brought them over. He exploded them. One of their helmets went and landed through physics RNG on one of the 2 armors remaining that didn't have a helmet and woke it up. And then when I blew those up, none of the helmets activated the other one, which is truly the ideal way to do this, because now we just have this one left, which we will wake up. And then, as soon as he steps away, he can't approach me as long as I'm holding the mirror, and we can turn this on from a distance. Glorious. So nice when that works. Also, goodbye. Yes, that armor is still down there. No, it doesn't matter. Because we just teleport back up here instead of climbing up Trico's tail. So we are entering the longest fight in the game. It's obviously meant to be the hardest, and it is, for sure. We'll be using everything that we've learned so far to make this go as smoothly as possible. You can do this, Trico. I really am counting on you. Trico's kind of the determining factor here. So we really have to work well as a team. And that was a good way to start. Good job, Trico. So whether it's me tapping these guys down, fully getting Trico to commit to a lightning, whatever, we need to be working together. Here, this little end of the fight is really what usually does it in here. Oh, we got him too! Unfortunately, this guy got out with his shield. Sometimes the fight will proceed, because there's armors up above me too. So sometimes this fight will proceed when all of the ones on the floor have been destroyed, and sometimes it won't proceed until one of the ones on the ceiling has also been destroyed. We got a little bit unlucky there, but that's okay. It will matter in a second, because that means that at least one other eyeball shield guy is going to be getting out. It's fine for me to be grabbed here, because Trico prioritizes assisting me. And that's a good way to get him to participate in the fight. I don't want to be near these holes, please. Don't do this to me again, Trico. So that armor is going to come out of this door. And we want to stop him just like before, by surprising him and getting him to drop his mirror. There. Alright, he dropped it inside. That's good. There's going to be another one coming out. Same problem. And because of the cadence of the first one, for some reason, the first one impacts how quickly the second set of guys with shields come out. So because I missed the first one, I knew that one of these guys was going to make it out. And that's fine. We destroyed his shield. No big deal. Ah, yes. Stack. Stack yourselves. Fix. Okay. Kind of let me down here for a second. You could have done better. That's alright. Alright, the guy on top isn't moving, which means I don't have a clear shot. Thank you. There's actually 2 guys on top. One of them might have fallen down. You get that guy, man? I don't see this other one up here. Maybe he fell. We're gonna see. He did fall. Wonderful. Really, truly not a bad fight, buddy. It's a lot to juggle. Was it like the best fight ever in that room? No, but it was still quite good. Right, I'm gonna need this mirror for a little while, and we're gonna take care of Trico. Mort has departed. Where has he gone? Back down into his little corner, I see. Well, hey, we ended up having Mort on cam for a little bit longer than I expected. Hey, Treeks. You ready? Let's go, buddy. Alright. And just for you, chat, we're gonna clean him up a little bit. Gonna smooth down his feathers. We'll get rid of some of these blood spots. Can't spend too much time on it because I do have somewhere I need to be, which is on his head. Thank you. Oof. Always a little scary to make that jump, but Trico's gonna go on without us, which is fine. There's a big fan up above my head that I'm gonna need to stop in order to give Trico space to make it, like, jump through it. You can see it rotating up there. So the Master of the Valley is the reason that this tower is cold, because we're back inside the White Tower, and you can see, you know, you can see the boy's breath and all of that. Some people have theorized that he's some kind of supercomputer, and that's why it needs to be cold, right? Regardless of the reason, it's clear that he is something special, and the tower is built for him. Presumably, the mirror that I have was placed in the tower as far from him as possible, because it's bad news for him. If you shrink him all the way in, he'll explode back out very quickly. But if you only shrink him most of the way, that's what causes him to do that very slow expansion that gives you enough time to get up here. So here's the antenna that is sending out the message to all those Tricos. We'll slow this down for Trico. Hi, buddy. Oh, that was perfection. Normally Trico has to zip to where you are, but we happened to stop it exactly where he was. So he was able to make that first jump extremely quickly. I'm intentionally not looking at Trico. Okay, he's gonna go. I was hoping for poops. But it is what it is. No poops for us today. So finally, we've made it all the way up through all of that. Oh, whoops. Sorry, buddy. I meant to give you that command first. So I told Trico, hey, get me the heck out of here. Can we fly, please? Can we, like, just get out? And right as I did that, the tower started going off. And now, look at all those chickens. A lot of Tricos. This is just such a weird natural structure, this valley thing. Like a volcano or something, I guess. So the master is calling all of these Tricos back, right? And as it turns out, all of them are returning with people. Just like me. The difference is, these ones didn't get struck by lightning and have their journey interrupted. So they got to deliver their people as intended. Now, whether you take that to mean that they turn people into barrels, or that the barrels are just a reward for bringing people, is up to you. I'm inclined to think that the barrels are just whatever is left over of those people after the master takes whatever it is that he wants from them. My mirror! Oh no. Truly, I am sad to see it go again. Thanks, Trico, but you're really not good at this. So he's trying to protect me, you know, he's trying to be a good boy. He's doing a bad job of protecting me. He's doing a good job of being a good boy. It's faster to reset than it is to walk off our broken leg, so we will do that. Excuse me. At last, the bane of every speedrunner's existence. This part is agonizing if you are on world record pace. Because there's nothing you can do to speed this up. And it always takes longer than you think it does in your brain. So you're just watching your time just go up and up and up, and you're like, oh, when is this gonna be over? It was nice of this guy to catch us, though. Hey, there's the big bridge we built. So all of these Tricos are actually different. If you look at them, their patterns and their colors and everything are different. And even their models are a little bit different, so. And once we are done with this little flight section, we've got a little bit more gameplay. And then true ending necessitates that, obviously, we watch all the way to the end. So we are going to have some post-game cutscenes as well as the credits, which do count. We do have to watch those, but they're very charming. So when that happens, I'm going to get up and stretch. But rest assured that we do have to watch those things. And honestly, the end stuff is some of the nicest. And then once we get past those credits, we will get that secret, in quotes, true ending. And then time will end when we reach the screen that says the end. Don't do it. Thank you. So, world record for this category is 352 something. I don't remember. I'm the one who holds it, and I don't think that we're going to make it, but it may be close. So I would think that we're coming under 4. How far under 4, I can't tell. Like, I think we're doing pretty decent here, but whether it's in contention for world record or not is difficult to tell. Kind of depends on how this goes. So we have the mirror. Trico is just getting so beaten up. But when they ripped off his tail, they flung it inside here. Oh, beautiful, beautiful! Single pull, you love to see it. We didn't have to go up and readjust. Well, that certainly helps. The Trico's tail is still active, even though it's not attached to him anymore. Oh, really? Stop. Alright, so we got a second shot kill. Obviously not ideal, but very common. It's pretty rare to get a one-shot kill. I'm gonna let these scenes play, and I'm gonna stand up and stretch, so this is gonna be a bit, so we can hear any important announcements that we have at this point while I go and stretch.
Absolutely. Well, I would like to announce that another incentive has just opened. This one is for Devil May Cry, and it's to watch the legendary cutscene. Now, I don't want to spoil too much, but that cutscene is, let's just say, it's over the top, ridiculous, and absolutely hilarious. So that just opened up. The amount for that is $50. We will need to meet that by the end of the Devil May Cry run coming up. That'll be an all collectibles run, and yeah, if you haven't seen Devil May Cry speedrun, it's probably one of the best action adventure games ever made. And honestly, when you watch like a top tier runner run it, it's always a treat. So that'll be coming up right after this. And yeah, thank you again for supporting Complete-a-thon 2024, supporting Girls Make Games.
Okay, I return. So Mr. Trico has come here And by golly, he's gonna get me out of here. He's doing his best. He's not good at flying. That will always be true. Hi, baby girl. She's the one that we hit in the head with a minecart. Presumably she's fine because her horn is broken, so that when the master exploded, it didn't, like, you know, explode her brain like it did everybody else's. Do they all have unique AI? Yes. All of the individual Tricos flying around in the background there, we're all doing scripted stuff. So yeah, they all have their own AI program that's running and making sure that they're, like, staying on the correct track. The look on his face is so noble. As he swallows us, he's just like, for the good of the realm. So that's the 4th time, I think, that he eats us? Yeah, bro just ate us again, for real. Just can't get enough, I guess. So that was an exciting day in the village. Everybody was just minding their business, and then this thing just crashes down. Thanks for barfing me back up again. So there's me, there's the mirror. If you paid very close attention, or if you've seen this game multiple times, you'll notice that normally when Tricos barf somebody up, they're covered in, like, the goo, the same goo that comes from the barrels, right? Because presumably that's what they have in their stomach from just residual barrels that they've eaten. This time Trico spit me up and there's just nothing. Like, he's running on empty. He has no more fuel. He's got nothing but just me. And he's even, like, kind of steaming from his nose. Like, he's real hot. It takes a lot of effort for him to do this. So this is the final input of the game. I am controlling the boy right now. And I'm telling Trico to leave. So that they don't hurt him anymore. That was the line that did me in when I played this for the first time. When the village elder says, I doubt it has long to live. And then throughout this, I was like, was kind of recovering for a second. And then this happened. And I don't know, just something about that line just, like, hit me again, and I was done for. But we're not done. We're not done. Lest you think that we don't get to see the secret ending that is the purpose of this category. So yeah, sadly, it'll be close to world record. It will be over. But that's fine. We gave Trico plenty of pets. Now, while we watch this lovely compilation of credits from Trico's perspective, I'm gonna see if I can get Mort to eat a blueberry. I make no promises, but I'll see what I can do. There you go. He didn't want the blueberry, but I tempted him with a piece of steak. Literal steak. Oh, Cerberus from Hades is so good. But yeah, like seriously, as soon as I'm done with this run, I'm going to be cooking, so I figured I would just grab him a little piece of what we were gonna have. It's nice to revisit the game kind of from Trico's perspective and see what was going on in his little brain. We could have done this scene differently, with the barrels here feeding Trico like that. Depending on how you do it, it can be different times of day. So we did the one where we sleep overnight with Trico. Alternatively, you can, instead of using Trico's lightning to shoot down that train that has some barrels in it, you can climb on the train and then your weight will pull it over. But in the process, the train cart will kind of conk you in the head and it'll knock you out. So then you sleep until nighttime and then you solve the rest of the puzzle. So it's like nighttime happens, it just kind of depends on whether you knock yourself out or whether you solve the puzzle and then just go to sleep with Trico. So Trico has, in answer 2, has someone mapped out what decisions Trico will make. Trico has like a priority order of the things that he does, but that order changes depending on things as simple as where he's standing. Like if he's standing 2 feet to the right, his priority could be different. So it would be impossible to task this game in the truest sense of like, you know, just have a computer do the inputs, because Trico like will not be the same every time, because there are some times when 2 things have equal priority and it's literally just a coin flip which one happens. He's really, really nuanced. Where you going, Morby? So here's our secret ending here. We can see tattoos on this guy, so clearly this is the boy when he's grown up. And I guess he didn't realize, right, that the mirror ended up in the village with them until these kids found it all these years later. Exactly, yeah, like tasking would be straight up impossible with Trico. I'm really disappointed that that tower didn't fall down. I really wanted it to fall down. So we're kind of retracing. This is back that first lake that Trico wouldn't jump in because he was afraid of water. Also, we should get ready on time here. This is through that first tunnel. This is the wall that Trico blasted down the first time that we realized that he could use lightning. And this is the room where we started the game, where Trico was, you know, chained to the floor, and I woke up. And time. Yo, we didn't have lightning emissary on this account? Nice. So lightning emissary is finishing the game in less than 5 hours. I was playing on kind of an alt account because I have the other one set up for other marathon runs. So the trophy you get for completing the game is called Though We Are Far Apart, which is like really touching in and of itself, right? Because the boy is lifting up this mirror and being like, "Can you still hear me?" And of course, Trico does hear him. And if you have your volume up very, very loud, you can hear that there are baby Tricos. There's more than one set of eyeballs, and there are baby Tricos. So that is The Last Guardian. You got to see the entirety of it, so I hope that you enjoyed it. Thank you so much, everybody, for the Trico pets. We gave our good boy some good scritches and, of course, supported a good cause. I won't keep you here, but thanks for having me. And I'll hand it off to, I believe, Sable is next, which is weird for me to say.
Absolutely. Now, before you go, where can all these wonderful people find you?
Oh, yes. Well, I am everywhere as sabledragonrook. So on Twitch, on Twitter, excuse me, X, on Instagram, which is mostly just for the reptiles. Everywhere, it's sabledragonrook. I stream Tuesdays and Thursdays. Lots of Team Eco game stuff. Always lizards. Whether it's Mort or somebody else, there's always... Oh, Morty! Big yawn! Go, buddy, go! Yeah! What a good way to end.
Alrighty, thank you so much, Sable. That was Sable with Trico Petting The Last Guardian. Thank you so much. Coming up next, we will have Devil May Cry All Collectibles by Flen. So stay tuned. We'll be rocking over to that very Alrighty, y'all. Hello and welcome back to Complete-a-thon 2024. We're here supporting Girls Make Games, a rather wonderful organization. Let me tell you a little bit about them. In 2014, Girls Make Games was founded in order to provide girls with the space and resources to explore the world of gaming and help them pursue careers in game development. Now, here's a fun little stat. While women make up nearly half the gaming population, less than 24% of game developers in the US are women. Girls Make Games was created to address this gender gap and create a space for girls to explore the world of video games. Now, what an excellent organization. So first, let me tell you now a little bit about Complete-a-thon. Complete-a-thon is a marathon dedicated to completionist speedruns. So I'm talking the 100% categories, the all collectibles, the all bosses, all red berries. Really, if it's collectible or a quest, just anything to do, we're going to do it here, and we're going to do it as fast as possible. This is all done by some of the most talented runners on the planet. And what's really great about these runs, at least like my favorite part of watching these completionist speedruns essentially, is that you see the strats that aren't really viable for any percent. So any percent, the more traditional run, just get to the end of the game as quick as you can. Well, we do very specific strats in those categories that, it unfortunately can block out some truly incredible, techie, really cool glitches because they just really weren't viable for that style of category. So now when we go over to a completionist speedruns where routes and we have to explore more of the game, do more things, suddenly all these never before seen strats that you just really don't see or find anywhere else, suddenly it's all viable and you see it all in real time. So that's probably my favorite part of completionist speedruns, all the strats that you just don't see anywhere else. So we're going to be kicking it back to you very shortly. Once again, this is Complete-a-thon 2024. Up next, we are going to have Devil May Cry. That will be an all collectibles speedrun run by Flannels. So very shortly coming up here soon. Once again, thank you all for watching. Would like to once again note that we just opened up a brand new incentive for Devil May Cry. Watch the legendary cutscene. So this is a cutscene that has become rather notorious in the speedrunning community. It's essentially a super ridiculous, over-the-top cutscene. It's honestly hilarious. If it's the cutscene I'm thinking of, trust me, it's one of the greatest things I think I've ever seen personally. So that's coming up very soon. That incentive just opened. We will need to meet that by the end of the run. That'll be $50 to meet that incentive. And honestly, having all of us experience that together, it'll be well worth it, trust me.